Hello. Gonna make sure I actually still have here before going further. Actually, hold on. Yeah, looks like this thing is alive here now for Saturday, August 15th, 2026. Wow, I'm actually doing it on a day it's not Wednesday for once. Holy wow. But yeah. Hello. It's a Sensor Gambino here with a new stream. And this stream, I'm gonna be going over the event week for this week in Grand Theft Auto Online. It's kind of another two-part event, so if I have time, I'll also go over to week 2, but this week 1 alone is pretty beefy, arguably, since there's also a new plus event as well, or plus monthly event or something, basically. So, by the way, to explain the title, there is actually technically new content. However, it is, yeah, exclusive to the subscription, as you could probably guess. And as I'm a non-member for the subscription, I don't think I've ever, did early access, for a vehicle or something for, the title. I very well could have or something, and then I could have just explained, I guess, right away that I'm actually a non-member. Yeah. But yeah, the Gallivanter Warden is actually released now, technically, but it is for the Plus subscription only. Also, regarding the source I use for performance of vehicles, I believe that YouTuber is going to be doing some final vehicle testing basically before Grand Theft Auto 6 GTA 6 VIVI comes out. So that testing is not actually fully out. That YouTuber does Patreon stuff, whatever. So maybe there's a way to do it for there if you pay up a membership or something. But yeah, I don't, so I'm not gonna cover that information. So if anything, I may give a performance estimate, but the numbers are not necessarily all that much out there, arguably, from my usual source that I go through essentially. And if I didn't say, it's probably 1322, by the way, racing YouTuber of GTA Online, basically, essentially. But yeah. So for the title, I actually went to 4 times money and RP for the free mode events. Or actually, no, wait, hold on. Yeah, I had to change that because the title was too long. So I did the Hotring races 4 times money RP. That's actually what I did. Yeah, for sure. But I think 2 times in race types in general. I think in the earliest days or the first payout without any future modifiers to that kind of payout structure. Again, on 2 times money, it used to be 16k, I believe, for a lot of race types on a 2 times money. 8 to 10 minutes or something solo, I believe. But obviously, over the years, they've made changes to that, basically. Now, hiring races, I think it's only got the one change. I think with the current prices DLC, which I believe was a 50% boost. See, a 16k, 50% boost. It's arguably what, another 8ish k to 24k then? 24, 25k or something times 4 that. And yeah, you get something high-ish 40, 50-ish k, I want to say, for 8-10 minutes solo in a race, or whatever max payout requirement there is for a solo race. But I believe it's 8-10 minutes solo, half that of or a little over half that of a contact mission or something, from what I remember from before. Which I don't think that particular part has really changed much, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, claim for free though. Oh yeah, and obviously, yeah. Like if 16K by the way is like times 2, that would be what, like 32? Or something, something. Like 32 or 33 depending like where in the 16K basically it is. Again, it's for the original 2 times money without like 50% boost. So yeah, 50% boost, of course, of the 32K. Yeah, like another 16ish K obviously would be like, yeah, to that 48, like 50ish K. Again, just kind of want to explain a little better or a little more or something like that. Yeah, obviously race types you are going to want to play against other players if are maximizing on money though. And when you do that, it gets pretty difficult to kind of explain like what kind of money you should expect to make because like each race could go like wildly different. You could have a race obviously where like all kinds of randoms like crash into each other and like it could be like the most unpredictable like, thing ever. Or like somehow maybe you actually get like a really full lobby that actually does like genuine racing without all that kind of stuff. Even without like non-contact or something. Which I kind of call non-contact pussy mode. So mostly obviously considering like standard racing obviously. I'm assuming that's obviously what most people do and not non-contact. Again, considering the lowest common denominator randoms and stuff. I feel like it could even make a lot more than like 40, 50K, especially if you're like first place or even like second, third, possibly as well, like podium basically or something. That's to explain the title of the stream basically. And yes, claim for free the classic Hotring Saber. Log in to get the classic Hotring Saber Sports. Is a free vehicle, it sounds like right now. One of free Hotring vehicles in the game basically. Sprunken Ecola plates. I want to say it's what, like the second time you've been able to get those for the Vanny plates for Sprunken Ecola. Personally, I use them like all the time actually ever since they released. I think they're really, really cool. Like license plates used to be so bland and generic all the time for like the longest time until those like came out, I feel. And yeah, before that you might have had like Chop Shop, the OLC having like the Vanny plates for those. But oftentimes you can't claim them, obviously, besides for like recent couple weeks, I suppose. But yeah, like prior at least. So that was obviously a lot more like a limited kind of circumstance, and still very much is. Even though I feel personally they should do a like free vehicle from that like once a week, like podium and prize ride and stuff. But whatever, I digress, I guess. But yeah, Sprunk Ecola plates definitely can push for some pretty interesting builds, I feel. Once you put those on, you might be kind of inspired to do like a pretty interesting build with those or something. At least I am personally. Or something. Something. And there's also the Sprunk X Ecola livery for Hotring Saber. I feel like that was given out at the same time as the plate, so that might be what, like also the second time it's been available, I believe. I believe. Wasn't there also like some kind of livery something like that all for like the F-160 Roger? I'm trying to remember. Was it like only like Sprunk or something? I kind of forget, but like whatever, no. Apparently you can select that to join free mode. Yeah, should I go over to Hotring Saber right now? I probably should. It'd probably be like the most fitting time to do that, basically. So on Bruffy 142 spreadsheet, sports class the vehicle would be in, because no matter what kind of class like the vehicle is like based on, I believe they're all just sports cars for free, like Hotring vehicles out there. So even if it's based on like a muscle car, like off-road vehicle, it's basically a sports car just because it's Hotring. To be honest, since that one was the original Hotring vehicle, it's probably the one that's the most fitting for the sports class itself, honestly, of the three, but yeah. Hotring Sabre, apparently, on the spreadsheet, is a J-tier sports car. According to roughly 1322's vehicle spreadsheet, racing YouTuber G-Ton, basically. With an 88th place for lap time, and 39th place, apparently, also for top speed. Like in general racing, you just do not want to use it basically at all, because like there's actually like 118. Yeah, there's literally 118 sports cars. I'm pretty sure with the new Cartouche GT, which isn't even on the spreadsheet, because like the latest DLC ones actually aren't on there yet. Even if they have like videos on them from a YouTuber or something. I think they usually get added to the spreadsheet like when the whole DLC is like covered, even if it's like well after the vehicle we're releasing. Again, with like general testing, I guess, on the way or something at some point. Yeah. And there's like, yeah, there is actually 6 HSW sports cars in the game. That would basically be 82nd at best and then like 33rd at best for its all-time top speed respectively on like legacy platforms especially. But overall, it may have like an above average top speed for the general sports class, but yeah, like 30s is just really not going to be that good compared to obviously other things. Yeah, tier obviously suggests it's not really good for general sports stuff. It's mostly obviously for the Hotring reason. Now, fun fact, I believe there is a slight better lap time for the Hotring Hellfire. Like, I think was literally the latest Hotring vehicle in the game. Yeah, Hotring Hellfire, that one, I believe is literally the latest Hotring vehicle and that was in the game. Which, fun fact, that one can technically beat the Hotring Saber, but I believe it's got some like super crazy brake gimmick to it, like some air flaps or something on like the top of that thing's like roof or something. So generally, I think that Ring Saber is the best one for a lap time in a general circumstance, unless somebody's like an expert with like the air like flap kind of things or like whatever be going on like the top of that one, like Hotring Hellfire, whatever. It seems like if somebody could master that would actually be better in Hotring Saber for a lap time. Which, ironically, from what I hear, actually, Hotring races for Rockstar grade ones at least are actually better for top speed, which isn't usually the case for most race types. So apparently, not Hotring Everon is actually the best of the three. So arguably, in a sense, Hotring Saber, the original one, could even be kind of considered the worst one. At least not accounting for like the brake gimmick and having to master that with the Hotring Hellfire or whatever. If you were to just look at the raw numbers. Or even then, they're both very close on the Hotring Hellfire and the Saber, apparently, for their lap time. Again, it may very much be the best one for a lap time in the free Hotrings for the Hotring Saber. But about left, so join free mode, whatever, because it's just a bunch of login rewards, it makes sense. Next on here for the main menu is Unto Time offer, weekly challenge. So apparently for the next, not this week, not just, I mean, this week, but next week as well, there is a 2.5 times money for weekly challenge. So usually they're 100,000, right now they're 250,000 for this week again and the next week's as well. So apparently the weekly challenge for the event for week 1 here of the 2-week brand wars, brawn like wars, like event, whatever. Week 1 says you have to complete 3 business battles to get the impotent raid sweatsuit, and you take money $250,000. I'm actually not 100% if that's a new clothing item. I feel it could be. Even if it was like in the files for like so many years of the game and like made in a previous DLC, it could still technically be the first official release of it. I think they do hold on to like a bunch of clothing items from what I understand between different DLCs. That could of course always be enabled like so much years down the line or something for like a simple weekly challenge or something like this. So yeah, I'm not 100% if it's like a new clothing item or not. I don't care the most for clothing in this game, so I cannot confidently say on that one. Okay, apparently for this one, you still like to visit your executive office or dynasty executives. Get started. Wait, what? Like, why? Business battles is what tied to the nightclub. Why would it take you to executive office or dynasty executive? Like, what the fuck? So confused, man. We have business battles. I don't actually think there's anything that's special going on with those. Like, I don't think there's any like special like event cargo or anything for business battles right now. So I think you'd literally just want to do it for the weekly challenge. And now to be like special like event cargo even outside of just weekly challenge completion, impotent raid sweatsuit even. I don't think they're doing any of that right now, I believe. So I think you're literally only going to do that for the weekly challenge, basically, unfortunately. It's like sometimes business battles, like on rare occasion, they could put like really interesting clothing items for those, but it doesn't sound like there's anything like that going on. It's just literally for the weekly challenge clothing item. Unfortunately, from what I recall looking at and all that. But I'll look deeper into it later, regardless, though. But business battles, you get money or P. I think those two, like, standard kind of things for sure. Not only that, you even get money in, like, 2 different ways, arguably, because you actually get business goods for your nightclub as well. So yeah, you actually get business goods for your nightclub, so especially if you have a pretty empty nightclub, you'd actually be benefiting, like, a lot from that as well. Especially if you do, like, quite a bit of them free, even at least could be quite a bit of business cargo, I'm sure, for the nightclub. You know, strategy with business battles, by the way, is I think you want to be in like an invite-only lobby with just a couple players, like 3 players, I think. Yeah, I think 1 and 2 is like too low. I think you want actually between 3 and 5 players is actually the ideal amount to have. Because once you get to 6 and like 6 to like 10 plus, I believe the free mode events and challenges get enabled as well, and they kind of fight with the time frames of the business battles or something. So yeah, try to do like 3 to 5 players, like only lobbies, invite only if you can with like friends or something to maximize on that. Because once you get 6 or more, that enables like free mode events, like challenges, which actually are on 4 times money right now, so it actually could be worth even doing bigger lobbies. But if you're literally just going for the weekly challenge or you just literally want business battles, just stick to 3 to 5 players, basically. It's the most efficient way to do it. But I mean, even with the 4 times going on, you're basically going to make the business battles just less frequent if you do that, which might not be the most ideal thing to do to complete the challenge. And being at the higher amounts means you'll just be waiting a ridiculously long time just to get 3 of those done. But yeah. Um, Anything else for to say on that? Oh, and yeah, 3 to 5 players, by the way, have to be like outside of apartments. At least 3 players have to be like outside of like apartments and like property buildings and stuff. I don't think the player count counts towards that if people are like in apartments. So keep that in mind as well. From what I recall, from what I've heard out and about and all that kind of stuff. So ideally, you want 3 to 5 players like outside of like apartment buildings and stuff, like actively like playing the game or like being in like the overworld or something. And again, apparently 6 or more starts to trigger the free mode events and challenges, which are actually 4 times money RP. That'll be for later. Yeah, honestly, it is nightclub stuff, and executive office is actually a property, I guess, tied to the nightclub for like one of the cargo types. So I guess that could kind of make sense actually on the bottom left, but like it's kind of a stretch I could reach. Usually those actually make sense with what they go with, but I find that kind of funny actually. It's like the one case where it just doesn't kind of in the slightest at least. And finally for these main couple tiles on like the main menu office here though, there is 3 times rewards, triple like money RP on community series. Apparently you can select to join the community series, like you would obviously expect. I heard there might be like a new team deathmatch, and that might be for both weeks. I don't know if there's actually going to be like a second thing for the next week, like there kind of was with the last kind of 2-part event. They went to 2 different like 2-player missions, which by the way I just did not fucking play. I just didn't really care. But if they're like any of the other like mission creator content, I believe those ones actually stay in particular if they're mission creator content. So maybe I can still play those somehow. Even though I didn't before. But, I mean, if I don't really care, because they're 2-player anyways. I don't really play things more than a single player. If it's community series stuff, just kind of don't. Gives me an excuse not to every single week, at least. Not necessarily the thing I care the most about, but yeah. I think there's some race ones, so like the advice would be kind of similar to like the thing here. All race types got at least one single boost, so like 816, like 24-ish times like 0.50 or something, I don't know, or whatever. Like kind of thing I was kind of explaining earlier. So 8K again was like standard payout like back in the day, so like times 324, like 50% of that, like number 12K, I think would be like 36K. You may make on some racing possibly, like 8 minutes solo. If it's like deathmatch stuff, it might be kind of similar to stuff like adversary modes and then wave or pale. Like maybe you can get kind of to like 100K or a couple 100,000 like an hour or something like that. For like for yes for more of like the combat kind of modes. Yeah, and balance such joint community series makes sense. Into basics of GTA Online, what's new? It literally just seems to be the stuff from the launch of the DLC apparently. Besides for like the one at the end here from like way back like old school hits from like say Thousand Hills DLC and they still keep around here apparently. So apparently there's nothing there. I don't know if it's because I'm doing this early as Saturday morning here. Like 3 a.m. ish on like Saturday. I feel like I've maybe done ones this early, like rarely before though, but Hard to say. Even when I do put stuff there, usually it's not too useful, since it's usually just repeat stuff from like the main menu itself. So like, meh, whatever. You really think they'd use that section better? Like they kind of didn't. You yes would think they would use that section better, like they did in like the early days of like the 9th-gen version, but maybe people weren't like logging into like the game and like events and stuff when they did that. I don't know why they stopped doing that, but maybe something like that for why. Or just some anti-consumer move like they usually do anymore with the GTA 6 VI code and box debacle and that kind of stuff. It's clear how anti-consumer the company has turned over the years more than ever before. But yeah, members only apparently the Galvanter Warden. New SCV, this is what, like only the second SCV, and I think the final SCV as well, of course, for the Kortz Center Heist DLC. There's the Assault East Stride that was out with like the launch of the DLC. Which I believe was what, like only the second electric vehicle? Second electric SCV vehicle, excuse me. Or sports utility vehicle, technically speaking, for the full version of SCV. We had a Gallivanter Warden. Again, I said I might give performance estimations, what I would expect out of this vehicle personally. I'm not like an expert car person or anything, but just to give some thoughts going up a vehicle releases and stuff in like the past and stuff. Which, by the way, is just the only Galvanter that's not a baller that would be pretty interesting. But yeah, ballers have been able to be pretty quick in the past for SUVs, so like it does have potential to be a pretty quick SUV. But yeah. Again, going off of Assault East Stride, by the way, of like the previous update, I would expect this vehicle to probably have at least better top speed than the Assault East Stride, simply because it's electric for the East Stride. So I want to say the top speed would for sure be better on this one. I know the East Stride wasn't anywhere near as bad top speed as the iWagon, if I recall right. From like contract DLC, the first electric sports utility vehicle in the game. But I feel it's a reasonable expectation that this would probably be better top speed, at least in the East Stride. I don't know if I can remember what that top speed was, but I would at least hope it would be like above average, like top half of the class for top speed. I would want to say at worst. I want to say. So I want to say it's like something in like 25th-ish or so, or like higher, hopefully as well. Or again, if the East Stride is higher than that for top speed, then like something higher than the East Stride, which I don't really remember, and it's not on the spreadsheet, so I'm not gonna bother looking for that. I'm not going to make a whole YouTube video just to find that. And then yeah, the lap time. Ideally, it could be nice if it was like close to like the Castigator's lap time, and so like maybe it beats a couple of the like HSW vehicles even for like lap time. Or, like being a newer release SUV, I wouldn't mind, of course, having it like below like at least all the HSW ones, maybe like the 10th place spot, or like 15th or so. But yeah, that's where it kind of gets more difficult. I kind of want to talk about SUVs. Previous Gallivanter vehicles, especially in particular. I know it's way different than a baller for once for a Gallivanter vehicle. It's actually kind of its own thing for once for a Gallivanter vehicle. Yes, I know for once it's its own thing compared to like billions of like ballers. Like obvious like sarcasm, like over dramaticness aside or whatever. But there's like what, like few to like several ballers at least in the game at this point. I feel that's all Galvanter was before, it was ballers. But yeah. I want to talk about all the SUV ballers in the game at least. Like Galvanter vehicles. I assume they don't make anything other than SUVs for Galvanter. Again, since apparently they only make like ballers pretty much really. I think all the ballers are SUVs, not off-road or anything I want to say. I want to say. But yeah, the old baller apparently is like one of the worst SUVs in a sense, like mid-40s, I guess. So not necessarily one of the worst since, again, there's a 50, but like, it's pretty bad, pretty old baller. Mm-mm. And then there's like baller LEL WB armored apparently, which is like F tier, and it's actually in like the 30th spot. Just still very much below average, like lap time. There's even the baller ELWB, the original one of those, like non-armored at least, whatever. I mean, that's like 28th. Bar ELWB had the civilian one of that, like the non-armored one, 20th place off time. Yeah, I'll at least talk about lap time right now. I don't know if I talk top speed. We had a regular bar LE, but armored, not with the LWP at the end with armored. It's apparently 27th place for like a lap time. And then baller, just baller that's not old. I assume it's like 2013, like a newer model baller that was from like day one of the game or something. If I understand right, is a 26th place, kind of halfway point, or was at least before the newest DLC came out. Regular baller LE, the non-armored one of that. Apparently it's E tier with 25th place for a lap time. So they literally have like 4 ballers like placing next to each other apparently in there. And it doesn't look like there's actually another baller until they go over like the baller ST, which is apparently all the way up in like B tier, which is 14th place even for a lap time, which is not too far actually off of like top 10. And actually, at least assuming like East Ride wasn't better than that for a lap time or something. Without HSW, that would even be good enough for top 10 even still. And like aside for that, it looks like the last one is Bar STD, which is the best one. And that's an S tier vehicle at 6th place and like 12th place top speed actually on that one even. So yeah, a baller has been able to be S tier SUV before, so it could be said that the Warden could quite possibly be a S tier SUV, realistically speaking. You would think being a newer you yes would think being like a Gallivanter vehicle, it's not related to the ballers. You would think it would be like a higher end line or something, or singular like vehicle or something. I feel so. I feel it could perform as good as like around baller STD levels. I feel that could be quite a good possibility. I feel it's realistic to say. I would kind of think. Again, not the most expert car person, but it's kind of thoughts I want to give on it. Yeah, maybe mention all the ones from before again. Bar old was like 43rd top speed apparently. Couple placements better than some lap time. Baller LWB armored, like the second worst one or something. Apparently it's 26th place, like kind of at the halfway point actually before the newest update for top speed. Bar LEOWB didn't like civilian non-armored one. 25th place top speed. Bar LE apparently for the armored version. 24th place top speed. And Baller again, which I think is like 2013, like a current year version or something. That was in day one. 23rd top speed. Baller LE. Apparently it's 19th top speed. Again, I think it's literally not until the best two now. We had a Baller ST. 17th top speed apparently. So actually the Baller ST in particular is just much better for lap time, but not really for top speed, only being a couple placements up actually. Apparently like 12th place, like a few placements better for the Baller STD. So not a single baller actually breaks top 10 apparently for top speed. Be it a Warden, being a one-off vehicle, unlike those two, of course, could be vastly different. But like, assuming it could be better than the baller STD, at least for top speed. Like, I would hope it would at least be top 10 for top speed then. Like, at least have a couple placements better than the STD for top speed. But yeah. It's worth noting though, actually, the baller STD actually would be, I think, top 10 without HSW though, but yeah, with HSW it is actually like past the top 10 for top speed, so yeah, not a single one kind of does break top 10 in a way. I was kind of right with that, but also kind of forgot to exclude HSW in that case. But that would be like the only one that actually breaks like top 10 for like top speed, even possibly the lap time for the STD. So I feel like they want to balance it with STD, maybe give it like worse lap time, at least by a couple placements, and like just give it like a top 10 for top speed for the SV class, I think would be pretty good. That's where I would like to see it. In a sense, for like a balance or something. I feel like it could be like the realistic kind of expectation or something. Going off of previous trends of the Gallivanter vehicles of the game. But yeah, nothing confirmed. Obviously, again, Breathly 1322 hasn't done a video for the performance for Gallivanter Warden because I think that would just come with general SCV testing sometime like down the line or something. So it would not be out right now, basically. Again, possibly besides for Patreon or something, but I'm not paying a membership for that kind of shit. For early access to information for vehicles or something. For a video game, basically. I don't really care to do that. And obviously there's a monthly 500k bonus like usual. I kind of over stuff here. But yeah, I guess I should go into like the plus stuff kind of. Since I am hovered over the plus stuff, and plus stuff isn't exactly my favorite stuff to go over. I also kind of just want to mostly talk about the stuff that's not too easy to talk about like later in the stream, purely for now, I think. So like money opportunities, discounts, I might save those for later, at least. If it's like a chameleon paint, like a clothing item or something, I'll probably talk about it now. And yeah, if I didn't say, by the way, this is only 1 week early access. I might have just said in general it was like early access, but I might not say it was like 1 week early access. But yeah, the second week of the Brand Brown Wars will be available for all players. So not only can you get a week early for just subscription, obviously, I mean like whatever type of vehicle that they like feature for the subscription for the month, like the free vehicle basically. It's also the free vehicle basically as well. Obviously, like it does say there, my bad. But, yeah, I forget what the actual like amount of it is actually from like the leaks. I didn't really bother making a leak video for the latest DLC. I kind of figured being like last update before GTA 6. Yeah, I figured I would just not care. In practice, possibly protest not even buying the game for the like last in. And yes, I mean possible like preparing for the protest, like not buying the game, basically being a code in a fuck ass box, basically. I like my discs. I like possibly able to resell something down the line, no matter how good or bad the game is. So I want to kind of maybe not even get the game for the next one that comes out. But apparently, by the way, the plus event goes till September 9th, it looks like, because that's how long you get to claim the free Galvant Warden. That's actually how long that will go for. And apparently the chameleon paints, by the way, right now is the light pearl. Or no, excuse me. Light purple pearl chameleon paints. So that's the light purple pearl chameleon paint for the body of the car. And the matching light purple pearl chameleon wheel paint for the rims, obviously, the wheels. Apparently there's Princess Robot bubblegum apparel for the clothing. That's pretty hot, and that's pretty hot. Being an anime bitch, basically. But there's Pink Sisente Nove. Or really, it's Pink SN, but Sisente Nove, whatever, is what that stands for, basically, for the SN. XPRB for Princess Robot Bubblegum, obviously Bomber Zipped. That's apparently the only clothing item, it looks like. Or, never mind, actually, I had to go lower, I guess. For some reason, yeah, if I can never imagine it's how, like, spaced out. Or, like, something. Because there's also PRB, Princess Robot Bubblegum Tee, and PRB Shorts, Princess Robot Bubblegum Shorts. For 2 more clothing items, apparently. So it's basically 3 Princess Robot Bubblegum items. 2 of them are pure Princess Robot Bubblegum. One's like Santa Nove and Princess Robot Bubblegum, like collaboration, basically. It was basically. But if you like anime waifus, yes, if you like anime like waifus or something, then yeah, basically, like, I guess it's for you, I guess. And I think that's all I'll talk about right now, because everything else looks like money opportunity discount from there. Alright, so I'll check my stream again, make sure it's going fine. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, I went story mode obviously for invite only, by the way. Is it taking a while or something? I'm so confused. I don't think it usually takes this long, so what's going on here? Weird. I felt extremely long compared to what it should have been. Okay. Like, obviously, it's usually pretty quick being on PlayStation 5, obviously, but yeah. Like, interesting.
It's a good morning.
And did I not get that either? I don't think I did. I don't think I got that either in no time.
What can I do for you, Daddy?
That might be guaranteed. Forget. First one on the panel might be guaranteed, but at least one of them, I believe, is. Or at least one doing the helicopter, for sure. But I haven't been really keeping much track of it with fast traveling as of the latest update. Actually, before I wanted to go, I wanted to check my art studio, actually, because I set one up, but I also did my, like, heist at, like, 1 in the morning, so I wanted to, like, see if I have the full payout on my current one. Because I technically was in a lobby with the previous event still, so I would hope that was somehow the case. But I don't know, like, how that works, per se. I've been awarded the E-Collect Sprunk Delivery for Hotring server. Again, I swear they've released it before and I have it already, so I don't think I have to show that off. I think it might just be popping up, of course, being like kind of thing going on for the like event, basically. Oh yeah, okay, good. Looks like I do have the normal value. Okay, awesome. I think that was one obviously for the last one, by the way, in the primary, but yeah. Which, speaking of, they didn't actually show the primaries on the main menu for once, interestingly. We have all the, like, stuff going on, basically, with all this, like, brand, like, war stuff, basically. Maybe we'll follow that and decide not to really dedicate a section to that, basically, or something this particular time. Which I suppose makes sense, but yeah, whatever. If it's on the newswire, I'll cover it at least. I don't know if I will, though, if like, I have to go on like GT Series video screen post or something though. Or hell, who knows, maybe there's like no more like true new primary targets and like all of them might have somehow been available. At this point, I'm not really sure, actually. And yeah, I did one, obviously, for the last event. Sadly, I got ruined by the lasers again, and like, since it was so late in the event, I just didn't do a stealth run there. When I get into like 10 million or something, I definitely want to push for the stealth run harder, for sure. Or something for like the heist, but yeah. I'm still just doing like my stream manches and stuff for now until I get like a stealth run at all, basically. And for sure though. Just gotta make sure I get it, essentially though. It's back in here though, so I can fast travel though. I could really use another panel, but I just
What's up,
forgot this
Daddy?
one like it was meant to be. Properties, casino penthouse.
Sure thing, Daddy.
Yes. Oh yeah, I should also talk about the Mind's Eye update, actually. I still like to talk about those, basically. Like, I talked about Blacklisted, I talked about the grenade football, I think even, like, super recently, even, or something, I could be wrong. So obviously I think I mentioned something about, like, on my previous GTA stream, I think it was, like, that day I was doing a stream or something, like, literally after that, like, was the day, or something, like, 8.2 or something, I think it was, for that game came out, and yeah, multiplayer racing, I guess. But it wasn't as big as I thought it would be for multiplayer racing so far, but I guess. But still. I think I hear they have like, what, like 100 employees left or something around there from like however much they initially had, which was like a lot more, I believe, of course, initially with the game initially released and stuff. Or like before, at least, to release for sure, at least, but yeah. And I'm not a Monza hater. I'm just gonna say that right now. I feel the game's overhated, honestly, but I get some of it at least. At least, at least. Okay, so I think grenade football actually used to be like 4 players, and now it's like I think 2 player minimum or something. So you can literally do like one-on-one grenade football now, which is only a good thing. I don't know like why they didn't just let that be a thing before. You would think they were like studying up like GTA Online, like adversary modes and stuff before was the Benzies, and it was possibly even like worked on like the original adversary modes or something, and like certain things I don't really know per se, to be honest, but presumably possibly. I think he got kicked out what, like 2016. Might have been sabbatical though, or something like vacation or something like that. I forget though, for like 2015 to 16 or something. I'm legit not too sure there though, but yeah. If I remember right, or from what I know or something, or what I'm guessing or something. Yeah. See, grenade football is always not more playable, I guess, having one-on-one matches being possible now. That's definitely a good thing. Like, I don't know. I'm just not the biggest fan of that mode. I'm not really a sports person, personally. Other people reclaim on it, I'm sure, for like different reasons, of course, because people, again, I feel overly hate on one side and stuff. Like, I don't even feel it's anywhere near as bad as people said. I haven't played up to 1.0, 1.0, 1.0 version, like disc or something, even like off on and shit, even when I got it in like December or something, like late December, even. Something you won't be able to do with GTA 6, yeah, of course not. Being a disc code in a fuck-ass box, of course, but yeah. Just kind of a huge flag with that game. Like a hugest flag with that game is it's not a disc. And Rockstar used to be like king of like collector editions on disc and stuff, like having steel books that were pretty cool and stuff. Actually cared about physical media and stuff. Didn't sign a marketing deal with Sony that they totally didn't have to do at all if they actually had some fucking guts. But they didn't, of course. Of course, though. Had to make their $2 billion back or something, and sold everybody's soul or something, and whipping the company or something to do it or something. I don't know. But stupid as fuck with a huge, massive turnaround there. Ryan was on the wall though too. I feel with like something like hella physical releases of like remasters, but like remasters I don't expect like a map and the thing and stuff. At least those are on fucking disc. Even with the physicals of those be kind of sad in a way. And GTA 5, of course, it's just like so much cheaper digitally. I just didn't bother getting physical when I already got When I already got Xbox 360 and PS4 physical, I just didn't bother getting the PS5 physical when it was like super cheap for PS5. In particular, with like early thing they did with that, basically. Alright, so yeah, mine's I talked though. Did I get like in a hella tangent there? I probably did. The grenade football game, good. That's like only requires 2 players now instead of I think initially when it released, I think it was like 6 players, and I think it got dropped down even to 4 players, like for like a hot fix or something, whatever the hell they did, because they were able to do like some changes to, I think, without like an update to the game even. Like a downloadable update to the game at least even. Yeah, the multiplayer racing came out as well, like I said though. I think I talked all about Granite Football and so as we want to, which there wasn't really much more to say there. I ever talk about that mode again in the stream prior or something. Yeah, multiplayer racing can actually solo, which is nice. Like if you want to just like step right onto like defeating the startup, like there's like something you can step on, like kind of get like a 45-second countdown or something, I believe. But if somebody else joins during it, obviously like it gives them an opportunity. Like, then you'll have to maybe wait for other players even. So I like how even though it's multiplayer, you can actually technically do it solo and try to go for like a good time on it. There's like cubes I think you can pick up in multiplayer in particular for like a boost basically, like nitrous basically. But I forget if it's just called like a boost or whatever they officially call it there. Sony did it a little bit. There's only the summer circuit one that they released. I think it might have been 8.1 that released or whatever that came out with the Grenade Football initially. Or like the general like update or whatever from Mind's Eye. Like, I enjoyed doing a race in multiplayer. I was actually surprised at the boost mechanic actually, I believe, on it. Because like I don't think the single player one had the boost at all, I believe, but the keys pick up to get the boost you can kind of get. So I believe you can technically get a faster time on multiplayer and then you cannot in like the single player with the boost mechanics and stuff. But yeah, I went against somebody else on this amount last time, Grenade Football and like the multiplayer race. I forget if their name is like something like C something. I don't want to give up the whole PSN name, obviously, like YT. I haven't been like a YouTuber, so maybe they were actually really skilled at the game or something somehow. I'm not really sure actually. I think I got on like the first full day, like the 13th, even though it came out on the 12th. I didn't actually get on, I think, till like the beginning of the 13th or something. Whatever though. But I mean, I was doing so good in the race though for like, the longest time, and like somehow they beat me because I think I crashed kind of hard because I was used to doing the course obviously without the boost, like the single player basically. Yeah, literally, I think it was only like one race you could even multiplayer with, like not even all to build a Rocket Boy, like races you could do multiplayer for, which I find stupid. Like if y'all are gonna launch like racing, why not just have all the racing from like y'all's creations available? Dang it is in beta, I believe, for multiplayer, so maybe that's why it's only one race. Maybe then. Like, you can also apparently build races on console, I believe, now as well. Going to like kind of last huge thing, or at least the last I bothered with. Like, I didn't really look into the single player. I didn't actually be up to single player for once for like months. I haven't noticed any like interesting changes or anything like that. I also looked on their website for like patch notes. I don't think they had patch notes for the update, at least at the time I looked. Like beginning of 13th. So like I don't know if they were releasing patch notes for that update, like once you can actually read or anything on their website at least. So even if there was fixes, like I would have to find them out myself somehow, and that would be try to do, I feel and like just be able to look at some patch notes. Yeah, anyways, you can build races apparently on console. I did a little bit, like the tutorial part. Took a thumbnail with the drone, all this stuff, like the thumbnail. Or no. I took thumbnail with the drone, yes, and then anything else a tutorial like required for like having edit, name, description, like publish, anything else optional kind of stuff basically. Obviously I didn't really publish that too, obviously it's just me doing a tutorial. with the like creator, I was expecting like you could maybe just make your own from like scratch. I didn't really find an option to do that. I think it was just choosing from like 5 preset ones with like a set amount of gates already like placed and stuff. You can like move the gates, I guess, but you have to do that all like manually or something somehow. And also, for those that don't know, the game actually doesn't have like a pause menu map. It's like GTA 3, I believe, or like the map is only in the game basically. And there's no actual like pause menu map or any of that, at least on console anyways. At least even in build mode at least. So what is it, like a tailored version, like a lesser version of the like building obviously on like PC I assume? Especially when it's on like racing, not like the full on like building mode of Arcadia, whatever they call that all. But I was pretty disappointed with that. You can't just like do one from scratch or something from what I understand, unless you have to get further into tutorial, because like after it wanted me to like publish or like something, I don't even think it was a part of tutorial at that point anymore. Like I just obviously didn't. I find it dumb if you would have to like publish one building from like a pre-select kind of like pre-existing one or something, just to be able to make your own from scratch. So I'm not gonna probably create anything for that game if they don't like change that, quite frankly. Cause like I'm not going to every single gate, like moving every single gate. I haven't tried to like check with the drone controls. I don't think you can like do it with the drone or anything, like do it super quick or anything. Cause even if I had to do that, I would at least be more convenient than doing it with like a moving car and like going wherever on the map I want to make my own race, basically. Seems too tedious a way to do it. Like you would think like Leslie Benzies would take more notes on like the Rockstar Creator that came out in like what 2013 initially, with online at some point or something, or at least later down the line. Maybe it's like 2014. God, I don't know, man. Was he on sabbatical like shortly after 5 or something somehow? Like I don't know. Like, I think he'd be taking notes or something. Or like whoever is most involved with the like decision, like the whole like approval process, all that kind of stuff. God, maybe that's why people hate the game as much as it is. Like, is it not overhated somehow? Like, I don't know, man. I do feel it is still overhated though, personally. But for my side, I'd like to see him do a better job, like at least on console with like the builder kind of thing. Cause fuck choosing from like pre-select ones and like moving each gate like individually or something. Make one that's more like my own or something. Unless I just didn't understand it somehow or something. But I literally like think I checked every single setting, all that kind of stuff. Like the buttons you can press, all that kind of stuff, without even doing like the pause menu, which I didn't see anything. So I've seen anything like that either. Like deleting like all the gates. I don't think that's an option for that. I saw reset all the gates, but not delete like all the gates and like place them from scratch or anything. So on console, at least they definitely need to make more improvements to the builder for sure. Underrated builder. I do definitely think. It's like something that could definitely save the game in a sense if they did it right. Or like be on track or an attempt to do it at least. And at least they're actually trying like Reddit online basically. Where it's just event month after event month after event month with nothing actually like substantial. They basically just killed Reddit online for GTA Online more. For fucking Cockstar, of course. Alright, so yeah. I think that will basically wrap up my talks on the monetized stuff, so I can get moving along with like this here. Find Wednesday interesting to talk about though, obviously, because Leslie Benzies was basically the head of that, and still very much basically is. And also was prominent for 5 basically, and like a bunch of older titles for Rockstar basically. So I was kind of a little disappointed with the console creator part of it in particular, especially though. Even if there was other parts as well. Like I felt like it had a lot more potential.
Your name's Shelley, for Christ's sake. Case closed. Come on, just take a joke.
So anyways, regular time trial though, going to kind of section of the stream. Or actually no, I think because there's a plus event I should actually go over. And I was thinking about it, I almost did interaction menu first, I kinda usually do by mistake. Plus stuff here. So yeah, I don't really go over obviously the docks area anymore ever since I came up with the Vinyl Club app. You can actually get more of a physical look at the vehicles, obviously you see what kind of liveries might already be built onto the like certain build it chose and all that stuff. Obviously I'm not really going to care to do it here though, as a non-member myself, and despising the subscription even existing and all that stuff. Yeah, Torador came out in Caprica Heist DLC, submarine vehicle with rocket boost as well at the same time, unique combo. Being able to go underwater and having rocket boost is a very cool, unique combo. And it has machine guns and missiles. Machine guns are kind of your bog standard ones, they're obviously not explosive. I think Stromberg even back in like 2017 was said to actually have some pretty good like machine guns if I remember right. So Torador machine guns from my understanding wouldn't actually be anywhere near like the worst like regular machine guns, like the Night Sharks apparently would be. And it uniquely, being a land vehicle, it uniquely, I believe, is the only 3-mode one that has unlimited missiles in the game as well. There is VIP work, the fully loaded VIP work basically that actually does have that as well. But it's only for 20 minutes basically for like the VIP work. But the Torador in that case, it's actually a vehicle you can use at all times. That has unlimited missiles for a land vehicle of all things again. So it's a very good vehicle. There is definitely some very good potential to be had with the vehicle. It used to be so much better when you could use it in heist setups, where unfortunately it got taken out at some point for heist setups. Because I think people were using like pack standard, you were able to like, do like specific standard like signal or whatever, like Avi or Avi Schwartzman or whatever, and specific standard like stupid quick or something with the Torador, and I don't think they liked, and yeah, I don't think they liked that or something with pack standard being something that people actually really like to grind in the game basically. So I think it is pretty much limited to free mode missions now. I don't even know if you can even use it in regular contact missions anymore since it took it out for heist setups. So it might take it out for like a lot of different mission types even when they did that for some reason. But it's still a very much interesting vehicle to use. I like this vehicle a lot. Weaponized Ignis, never mind this vehicle. This one's HSW eligible vehicle, and yeah, it only exists actually on newer platforms as well, including the non-HSW one as well. It only exists on other platforms. We had a gun on it. You'd think with the name Weaponized it'd be similar to Weaponized Tampa, which that one was actually very weaponized. This one unfortunately is not really. It only has like one little gun on it basically, on like the roof. It has a gun on the roof and it's like pretty limited on angles and stuff it can shoot, I'm pretty sure, so I don't really like the gun on this one, quite frankly. It's kind of weaponized in a bare minimum kind of circumstance, which I'm not big on, but at least it's got HSW you can do on it, which used to be one of the best. It used to be like pretty much top dog for like a while until like the last couple of updates with FMJ Mark V. FMJ Mark V, I think beat it finally for like lap time. But I think HSW is actually still like the second place lap time actually. So it's still very good actually, technically. So HSW, I'm definitely gonna highly recommend getting this one. That looks like the Marua, the new sedan that came out in the latest update. Yeah. I think it was pretty good for the class from what I remember from watching the video. It might actually be the #1 Optim sedan in the game now, if I'm remembering right. It's not the Laffer, is it? Oh yeah, it does say the Laffer. Okay, I think so. Which I think was the previous update. Or wait, no, that's the van account is update, right? Not the supercar I'm thinking of, or whatever, which is the Blue Evo. That's the supercar that I was thinking about. Yeah, the Laffer here is the van, I'm pretty sure. Actually, it's #1 for its class, I believe, for the van. Its class. Not a lot of vans get released in the game. Viv Knight being like a van actually ended up in like SUVs instead. Which that could have been a class destroyer for vans if that was been there instead. Yeah, the Laffer is basically the #1 van for like the top speed, I believe, now in the game. So it's a pretty cool vehicle. Might be niche. The class for it might be pretty niche. Kind of could say the same thing for sedan. Given those are two classes without HSW, then yeah, they're kind of niche in a way, but yeah. Pretty top of their class, those are both pretty good. Impaler? I think that's the Impaler, right? Like Arena War DLC. Impaler you can turn to an arena vehicle too, I believe, right? I want to check just in case, quite frankly. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that too. Alright. I'll check briefly. I'm pretty sure it is on the arena website now. And it's actually an upgradable vehicle, not a ready one, I'm pretty sure. Alright, yeah, indeed it is. Okay. Thought I remembered, right? See, the Impaler is an arena vehicle. You can upgrade it to an arena vehicle, basically. And it's a pretty average arena vehicle, I believe. Like, it's not a super slow, like, bulky one, so it would be pretty average. Probably use it for, like, wreck it for, like, a race. If you didn't want to use, like, an SCR380. And also the bike, the arena death bike, I think if you hit, like, any sort of mine, you basically fall off the vehicle. Bounces not one, like, significantly in the races, at least. Possibly in the arena mode altogether. So it's a pretty nice average vehicle if you want to like excel at like a lot of different things, but not be like too good in like one single aspect or something per se. I think it will be pretty alright for the arena for sure. For sure. Nowhere near the worst vehicle for the arena, that's for sure. Seriously about to do interaction menu again or something. I thought about for a bit. I think that's the Brax, it looks like. Supercar from the Casino Resort DLC. Brax. I don't think it's really known for its performance too much, unfortunately. Count Casino Resort DLC and like so many other supercars in the same update, which is so much better. And a lot of those are being kind of starting to get kind of like down in the list in a way, kind of in a sense too. Because yeah, like you have the Vapid FJ Mark V, that's like overall pretty good, even as like non-HSW in recent times. Fortunate Emerson Krieger's still pretty good though, right? I think maybe even still, even with like FJ Mark V and the last update and stuff. There's still at least one more supercar that has to release though, and that one does even have an HSW version as well though. And I'll be up to like 7 HSW vehicles loaded per supercar at that point. But yeah, Frax. It was in the same update as like the Progen Emerson Krieger, which were just better supercars in that update. I don't really think it's that good. Unless you want it for like some cosmetic like niche purpose or something. Yeah, Tampa GT. That's another HSW eligible That is, yes, another HSW eligible vehicle. I mean, like the weaponized Ignis. And that's for the muscle car class, and it came out like a couple updates ago, actually, Money Fronts. But yeah, I was before 2000 it was the previous update, and this update, so it was, yeah, a couple updates ago. I think it's probably overall like one of the best couple of top speeds for HSW, if I remember right, and it's like just kind of thrown like the last couple updates, but like, when it came out, I think it was like overall like the third best top speed for HSW as a whole. For like land vehicles, at least, I think it was like overall the third best top speed. And yeah, I might only be talking HSW here, honestly, because you do need the newer products anyways for the subscription. But yeah. This one is literally the worst muscle car for a lap time to like 5 HSW muscle cars, so there's a huge balance that's really terrible in lap time, and yeah, it's the best top speed muscle car. Still very much is, because this update actually didn't come out with any new muscle cars. I don't think the last update had any muscle cars thrown there or anything, because there was no HSW muscle car for the last update. And yeah, this update as a whole just didn't even have a single muscle car, pretty sure, including drip feed. And not counting like drip vehicles, obviously, because those can't really get performance upgrades, and just assist vehicles basically being dripped in.
What's up, buddy? How's the new purchase?
Yeah, Tama GT is pretty good for HSW for like its niche purpose of like really good top speed. Which, yeah, top speed is a huge advantage of HSW vehicles. It's like the huge gimmick of HSW vehicles is insane top speed, but overall, you usually want lap time for racing, so like, that might not apply to grades for racing in particular, though.
Hey, pal, I'll get you on the elevator.
Say the weaponized Ignis is better, too, if you're looking for just one for HSW for some reason. And then what the Sultan RS Classic looks like up next. I believe this is that vehicle that came out in the Tuners DLC, also Santos Tuners DLC. And I think it's based on the Sultan Classic, which itself, I think, was based on the regular Sultan from GTA San Andreas. So it's basically like a two-door version of the GTA San Andreas Sultan in a way, basically. But that didn't actually exist, I believe, yes, I believe did not exist back in San Andreas, I believe. It's basically just like two-door Sultan RS from GTA 4 combined with like San Andreas' like Sultan Classic, basically. Like they had a baby together, I think, is basically the thought of it, basically. But yeah, for tuner subclass though, this one's actually pretty good, I believe, still. Or at least it was before some newer ones came in. But for the initial like tuners of this one is actually very good. Like, when that one is all like said and done, even including drip feed, was it the #1 lap time? I forget if it was. I think it might have been #1 lap time actually at the end tuners DLC. But yeah, Emperor Vector, I think, for example, had like really good lap time, by the way, but also like really piss poor top speed, by the way, by comparison. And you might have had things like Calco GTF that were also like pretty good for both metrics, but nothing crazy, like just with RS Classics, #1 lap time, and pretty mid-tier like top speed, which is still pretty fine. So yeah, this one was pretty revolutionary when tuners was all said and done, basically. And it might have been pretty much top dog for lap time until the Chester RR wide body or whatever came out. Agent Sabotage, I believe that was like a couple years after. Winter 2024. Or if not exactly then, sometime during like the Drew feed or something. So all things said and done, it's still one of the best laptop options for Tuner Classic. Very much used as one of our street pursuit races. Very much could. If it has like a rear louver or something, you could even use it pretty effectively for like robbery contracts as well. But I find for robbery contracts, it's just best to use the regular Chester RR that has rear louver you can put on it. And it's basically the #1 top speed from like the launch batch, and I don't think you can even use newer ones in robbery contracts from what I've heard. I can't like Chrono Prize DLC like onwards. I believe those cannot be used there apparently. So it's only RS Classic that's very revolutionary for the street pursuit racing. Even if I believe it definitely got the front, but just our wide body that came out in Agent Sabotage or whatever it's officially called. I think they might change the name on that like one single time even. Like post-release even. Dr. Dre, Dr. Fuck has retard apparently has the Dr. Dre Studios. Yeah, I don't really care honestly. But not low-key though, Dr. Dre music real life is pretty fun. In my opinion. Definitely opposite of hating his ass, quite frankly. Just memeing his name and shit. Can't flip out his character, his digital ass character on the game. I tried that shit and they don't let you do that though. So fuck Hawkstar for that shit, man. Yeah. What is that, the Euros? It looks like it's the Euros, which is actually never tuner subclass. And not actually as good of one. At the time, I think it was basically like the return of the Euros from GT San Andreas, but it was like a newer version of the Euros, basically. And I think the Euros XP2, XP2 is basically the closer Euros that's based on the one from San Andreas nowadays, when it came out like Bondard Bounties or whatever that was for that version of it. But the one just called Euros is, yeah, tuner subclass. Albeit, I don't think this one is really ever that good in the street pursuit racing, though. But I don't think it really has the lap time top speed to be the top dogs of, like, street pursuit racing, like tuner subclass racing, though. And even if I had a rear louver for robbery contracts, you might as well just use the regular just RR, like I said earlier, anyway, so for that. But if you could use anywhere, it'd be the robbery contracts, so. And yeah, sport tuners are really never good for the general sports class, by the way. They're sport tuners, since there's so many, like, sport cars in the game. They're really just meant for the tuner subclass for, like, really good racing. Yeah, looks like it's just a warden after that, which I already very much talked about. No performance, unfortunately, not like official performance from like a source that I usually go over. But I basically did my best to kind of say where I feel I would expect it to maybe be. Like realistically, like feasibly speaking, just going off of other vehicle releases like Pass, Gallivanter, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so now I think I'm ready to talk about time travels finally. And anything possible that'll maybe wrap up around like the car meet, like after I'm done at the Dallas car meet, basically, I think. So I used to kind of always talk about stuff like that, the docks. Like finishing up, I believe, so I'll probably do it around the car meet then. For anything remaining for the subscription, basically. For the month. ending September 9th, basically. So where is the regular time trial, actually, you know? Going crazy, or have I just not seen it for some reason? Stuff is somewhere on here, I just need to find it, is all. Oh, okay, it's actually like right next to the plus thing, actually. I don't know why I actually hovered over that. I actually don't need to do that, actually. For a regular town show, because GTA series videos can post will have that, actually. Yes, though. Yes, though. Yes, though. Alright, I'm on the thing, but yeah. As I kind of accidentally went on forgetting that would be on the GT series videos coming post or something. This one is end to end. That's the one that goes from like over there to, I believe, where like the cheapest facility is. Like you're basically going from like bottom of the map to like the top of the map, basically, or close to at least. But basically goes to the cheapest like facility location for like Team Say Heist. Kind of ended up having a couple years after the release of the regular time trial there. I think it was one for the initial batch of Heist DLC for the end-to-end time trial, I believe. So you're pretty much going almost to like the top of the map from the bottom map, so that's why it's called like end-to-end, basically. But I think this one is very much going to be a top speed heavy time trial compared to like most other time trials in the game. So obviously with all that distance and like going from bottom to top, you will very much be wanting to use the highway. You might pretty much even have to, basically, as well. And for that, I'd basically advise using the best motorcycles, if not like supercars or sports cars for a top speed situation. So if you're on newer platforms, you're especially going to want to use HSW vehicles, basically. Those are going to be your best ones, basically, for top speed. And for motorcycle, it'd basically be HSW Hotring Drag on newer platforms. Pretty sure you can very well use the regular Hotring Drag, obviously, on the legacy platforms. At least also good for lap time. It might not actually be all that bad for top speed for a non-HSW one. Yeah, non-top speed HSW, I believe, actually is better than the Hotring Drag, actually, if I remember right, actually. So actually for a motorcycle, I believe you actually want to use the Western Reaver is the best one for top speed, I believe, for all platforms. Because for some reason it actually has better top speed than even HSW Hotring Drag. I think with like a rear wheel bug on that vehicle or something. If I remember right, actually. But yeah. Yes, though. But yeah, I think for other options aren't the Western Reaver for some reason wanted to. I believe if I remember right, it's like I'm not really going to bother checking the spreadsheet. I don't really usually go into as much detail on the regular time trials, but yeah. I think Manchester Scout, like the BF400, are another couple good options for top speed, if I remember right, for non-HSW motorcycles. But again, for motorcycles, really just don't drag for HSW though. As long as they're using some of those like couple few motorcycles, at least for motorcycles, are basically the ones you want to use for top speed. If remembering right, if memory serves right. And even if it doesn't, I don't usually go into much detail on regular time trials anymore anyway, so I'll just leave it there. Just figure out mention in a little more details. This is actually a top speed focused time trial, like for sure, like for once. So it's kind of different than it usually is. Our CB Dito time trial for day of Saturday this time around is Bondwood Bowl. I actually don't think I've done this one before. I think it's one of the like few newer ones, and I've only ever done the like salvage yard one or like whatever that like Rogers like scrap one or whatever it's officially called. So I don't really know much on like the newer ones that came out for the most part with Sanders Mercenaries DLC for like those 5 that came out. Like our past the original batch of 10 or Spindito time trials, but yeah. Overall, it is pretty difficult to give exact like advice unless you're watching like a dedicated like guide for our Spindito time trial or something on YouTube here, of course, or something. But overall, as the name suggests, you want to use one vehicle. Yes, up to RC Bandito, not allowed to use a favorite display tank or any other RC vehicle or anything like the name would suggest. Has a part time 1 minute 18 seconds or otherwise 78 seconds. And as long as you learn those turns, corners naturally yourself, like using like respawn mechanic, like triangle Y on Xbox, whatever key on PC. Like if you mess up, obviously use those like buttons basically or something to respawn. Otherwise, obviously, like, nothing like that helps, like, respawning, like, if you mess up the learn the turns corners, like, even more so, like, try to get better with it within part-time again, then yeah, just try to look up a video guide or something. Advice would be pretty straightforward for, like, a general set of advice to give. That works for really any of the recipe data time trials. And then HSW time trial just would also be GT Series videos can you post. I'm not gonna actually hover over and show what it is on the game. But it's terminal to Shell Mountain State Wilderness, apparently. But I think it's not far from the Ellis Tour Sport. I'm pretty sure it's like right here, actually. And yeah, I'm at the casino, so it won't be 100%, but like it's similar like route you want to take, actually. But yeah, when you mark here, it's going to give you cross country, which you don't really want to be taking. It ruins top speed, which is really good for getting good times on the time trial. Like, sure, do if you want a challenge or something, but yeah. No real reason you need to do that, though, and you can literally just alter it a little bit and get a much better route, though. But yes, though. I know here doesn't really show it the best since it still kind of goes like in weird places and stuff. But when you go to the docks, the GPS route will be like a lot more like normal, like a lot more highway than what it is showing like right now. Even. But you basically go towards like the left, like the west of the map basically, and like again do it a little away from like what the yellow like will be marked on. That gives you that better GPS route. That's basically the shortcut. You want to like just do a different route. It just basically gives you your shortcut, or like your main shortcut at least for the thing. From here, you may be able to go like fully straight and get like a pretty good way on there. There might be like some. There might be some like concrete that's like not like there or something. I forget. Like lack of a barrier, basically. You kind of just like, go through like straight, I think, from there. So like going like up here or something. That might be like a bit too roundabout to where it might not necessarily count as much of a shortcut, if even. If even. Like maybe you could do something like that, save even more time, but like probably wouldn't be that worth it. But yeah, here there's like that ramp or something, right? You might be able to use that for some kind of shortcut, but like I haven't kind of be if it even is like a shortcut really, because like I feel you would basically have to go pretty slow on it anyways. You know, like that doesn't seem that much worse to do, quite frankly. But I do it just in case, obviously, because you do get to skip that bit of road regardless, though. Regardless, though. And what, like sometimes, if not like all the time, or most times, and I'm kind of about like some grass here, maybe we'll kind of skip through, I forget. Might be a bit of a time to say that one, like more so for sure, it'd be like a shortcut over the previous thing even. Again, it's kind of debatable, because you have to kind of like go slow on the ramp, in a way, like doing that bit of road isn't the worst. I don't know, I think it's basically GPS route until like by the highway here. Maybe do like kind of a skip, like kind of like a shortcut over here, like kind of go straight across there, like using like some high elevation kind of advantage, and get on the highway earlier to build up speed, kind of in a way better, maybe, but I mean debate if that's being like a shortcut really, because it's not even that bad to just go to road here. But it's still pretty much going a straight road, and it's still going to just end up on the highway for the most part. Kind of just do it that way just in case, though. And literally, you're basically on the highway at that point, so literally, you're just going to go that alternate GPS route really at that point. I think it's basically self-explanatory, not right. So all the like shortcuts, that's what GPS route one are basically like the earlier half of it. Maybe now you basically set that up at the beginning anyways, so you know what you're basically doing. It's all basically like the earlier half already done. For any shortcut potential. So yeah, once you get on the highway, it's basically pretty straightforward what you're doing. And yeah, for the list of 30 vehicles, or technically I think it's like 29, because weapon sickness cannot actually be used on the HSW time trials. There was a brief period of time between like launch and before Enterprise DLC. You actually could use weaponized sickness, but they actually blacklisted it after that, unfortunately. Don't really know why, because you can't even like use the weapon on it when it was when it was not blacklisted, you actually couldn't like use a weapon on it. So I don't know like why they even blacklisted that one, but they did. But yeah, for the list of like 29 like 30 vehicles, I'll go to Ellis Carmine. So you should have like a laptop. And yeah, for why I said like motorcycles, super sports, probably for regular time trials, that's because it's like the class A, like HSW time trial, which basically means they're the most popular classes to race with, you know, basically like the quickest lane vehicle classes. But what I recommend a couple classes I did for time trials earlier, which I kind of forgot to mention I think this time. And also, I think for a regular time trial, there was a brief period of time Dangerous Mercenaries where I actually did change each day, like our spin day, junk energy, I believe, but in Trippy, I think they kind of went back on it. So I want to see you get like 50k a day up to sometimes, or like P50k or something for like regular time trials, but it's like the same time trial. So it's kind of similar to how the RC Bandito ones kind of work, but it's just basically the same time trial instead. By the way, for regular time trials, I kind of mentioned here too. What else? Drunk energy. Didn't I find that earlier? I thought. Just trying to remember where. Oh, okay, it's here. Okay. Yeah, it's changed by the day, so we'll cover over this one too. Like reverse Bandito. And that is west of Vinewood, apparently, with a 1 minute 40-second part time, or whatever it was. It's 100 seconds. Yes, minute 40 seconds, and minute is 6 seconds. It's basically a 100-second part time. So yeah, this one's another set of time trials that's like pretty limited on the vehicle usage, like RC Banditos. The price will be largely similar to an RC Bandito time trial for like general. I haven't actually done that many junk energy ones, so like I don't know every single map particularly, and like even if I played like each map like regularly, it'd still probably be hard to give like exact advice unless I was doing like a dedicated guide for it or something. Like for like a video or something. But yeah, though. Yes, though. Yes, though. So really my general advice for these is, as long as you need to go maximize on cruise boost, don't fall off the bicycle, you should have no problem playing these for the most part. As you can only use technically one vehicle, but it's really like two vehicles in a way. Because you have the regular inductor you can technically use if you bring your own. That's the no livery version, but this means junk energy Chancharo pretty much provides with the junk energy inductor. They are basically the same vehicle with only cosmetic difference, so. So again, like our speed dude, it's basically just one vehicle. For simple terms. But yeah. You are not allowed to use 2014 bicycles, just the ones that came out in the DLC that came out at the time trials. And there's Mercenaries DLC, the ones with the curves boost, inductors. So again, as long as you go where you need to go, like don't fall off the bicycle, maximize on curves, boost, whatever. I think those couple things do that, you'll be mostly just fine. I find the later sets of time trials, HSW junk energy, especially tend to be the easiest sets actually of time trials. Personally. If you go to regular speed data are definitely hardest ones, like the earlier sets, basically. Not really sure, counting like the Sanders mercenaries or speed data ones, by the way, but I assume our speed data just in general are kind of harder ones in a way. In a way, though. But yeah, anything else? Anything else on that? I don't think so. Obviously, the only other advice really is look at the video guide. Look up the video guide though. For some reason, the advice I gave does not work well for some reason, but I think it's pretty straightforward though, so I think this couple of message should work most of the time. Just who knows. And then onto the premium race for the event. Apparently for the motorcycles class, this will also, I would say, be very important to listen to for, like, time trials also, though, with the regular time trials, so like I was basically saying earlier. So, again, only one HSW motorcycle, like I mentioned earlier, Octadrag. Number 1 lap time, and technically it's actually number 2 top speed, even though there's only like one HSW motorcycle. Again, Western Reaver is the actual number 1 top speed because of something like its rear wheel. It's kind of like bugged out or something where it gets to like a huge top speed boost or something. From my understanding there, from what I remember hearing before. So if it is somehow like a pure top speed course, I probably want to use the Western Reaver in particular, even on the newer platforms. So. But yeah, for a lap time, most races will be a lap time. Obviously, we'll probably want to use HSW Octadrag on the newer platforms. The Western Power Surge, I believe, is actually the number 1 lap time, like for legacy platforms, which don't have HSW, by the way. And yeah, I believe the regular Octadrag also works very well for a lap time. Not Sake Jotaro, because that's the other good option for like just worrying about like the top 3 motorcycles or something for like lap time. Since it doesn't use like a better tier system, I'll probably just kind of refer to like the top 3 of like lap and top speed. And yeah, if you're not using like the Rooter for top speed, I believe it's basically to match a Scout and the BF400. I'm going to check the spreadsheet though, make sure I'm right on that stuff this done now. Because here I actually do usually go into as much detail. Unlike the regular time trial. And also, it's worth noting Power Surge if it's using electric motorcycles, that can also be pretty good for acceleration. Like, if you were to crash somehow and, like, not fall off the bike or something. So, that could have an interesting application, but I think acceleration is mostly for remote, you know, like gunfights real quick, which doesn't work as good for like a motorcycle anyway, compared to, like, an actual electric car, since you're a lot more exposed on a bike, though. But, yeah. But that might be worth mentioning just in case. Again, on the Power Surge, basically the number 1 option for lap time on legs platforms. Yeah, I was worried about the top speed options, yeah. So I did remember, if you're right, I do remember motorcycles pretty well, because this happened kind of often. But like, motorcycle happens frequent enough on these, I kind of just memorized that at this point, basically. And since they don't add a lot of motorcycles, this is usually basically the same. So I actually remembered everything about looking at the spreadsheet. Even I figured so, but I checked out so just in case. But yes, though. So it was a lot of time was top speed, a lot of times like turns corners. Usually in the city, but like, pretty much in most cases you want to have like a lot more a lot of time over top speed. And top speed is going to be basically like pretty niche by comparison, but it's also like real life, basically your highways, airport runways, and airstrips and things like the top of the hills when it came out like winter 2024 or something like that does exist, albeit rocks are credit races or like all order race types, so most likely there won't really be one with that in mind. And Grand Sonora Desert and Grapeseed obviously for the launch game like airstrips. So it's not like a lot of top speed heavy areas at all in the city at least. And contrary to thumbnail thing, which is a Hotring race, that might have just been like a promotional thing they were doing back in like 2018 for frame races. Might just be like the most relevant kind of thumbnail thing they have for frame races. They don't usually do too much extra with, besides for just it being a mechanic making the game altogether. Yeah. Contrary to what that may seem with like possible use of stunt tracks, I think pretty much just about every frame race is usually just a straight up plain old city course. But yeah. In the middle though of like the black rectangle like UI kinda on the bottom right there's where the start job. That would be X on Xbox, whoever key on PC. That's one way of starting a premium race. Otherwise, go to like Michael's 4-car like garage area from like story mode and like the pink Corona there, like on the with like your actual character. You can do like right on D-pad, or you can also like do on call on like the phone even. That's at least 3 ways, to like join in that thing. And yeah, when you get into the lobby screen, you can also do the same Square X and Xbox whatever key and PC thing, and it'll actually give you the map of the race. So you can analyze for lap time, top speed, like what you should basically use. Most likely, again, it will be a lap time, most likely, in like niche case scenario in most cases for like top speed that like won't be likely, but it might be a niche possibility. It will be a top speed focus course. And also when you choose vehicle as well, I believe you can also look at the map if for some reason you forgot to do in the lobby screen. I think mostly for on-call purposes, I would guess. But also, like, generally, it could be more helpful to do it when you choose a vehicle, because when you see a vehicle, you might actually remember the performance user. Like, in addition to, like, a map guide on, like, the screen, basically. But yeah, on the race selection, like, or no, not race selection, but the vehicle selection screen, that's your last opportunity to look at the, like, map of the race still, obviously, though, before, like, it starts, though. Alright, so I think that covers it for the premium race. I don't think I forgot to mention anything there, I'm pretty sure.
This rate. Del Perro Boulevard, maybe want to try. No, avoid North Rockford Drive. Fucking Los Santos traffic.
Yeah, I think, I think I forgot sometimes recently, before I go into the casino, there's one more thing I like to cover. That is Dallas Horse Board for a day of Saturday this time around. Best for deer, rabbit, and chicken hawk. At least for me it is this time around. So I think you get like 10k per animal, and then like at the end you get like bonus 20k for like a whole set for like 50k or something. I believe normally, I do believe that's how it like works normally. Not really too overly impressive, to be honest. Yeah, deer. Fun isn't like all the craziest like wilderness areas, basically like Pinewood Hills, like Chilliwack State Wilderness, Mount Chiliad, like probably like Mount Gorda, like other mountain areas like that, etc., etc., etc. I'd basically say the exact same locations for the rabbit. I'm 100% confident on that. And as for chicken hawk, that's a bird type that's like a lot harder to make out and stuff, so I don't really know advice on that one in particular. So chicken hawk's not exactly the most memorable bird for me, really. So if you want information on that, I would look more into that one. Kane.
Come check out the new vehicle on the podium. You can win it with just a spin on the lucky wheel.
Olympian. I think that's just for delivery, right? I think it actually says what it is. Is this the Astron for some reason? Wouldn't be Astron Custom, I'm pretty sure 100% because it has to be compatible for all platforms. I think that does say P-Fister on the back with the wording. That's, I'm pretty sure actually definitely the P-Fister badging, like the actual badge itself.
Except for consumption, which always makes you feel better.
Yeah, I think the grill looks like it's the Astron, and again, it's definitely not the Astron Custom. It has to be compatible for all platforms for a podium vehicle, 100%. So it's not going to be the HSW one, unfortunately.
Take your time.
1,000 visitor ship bonus here, 1,736,900 premium ships. Apparently, with the 1,000 visitor ship bonus, whatever the fuck.
Good luck finding someone who puts up with your bullshit like I did.
10,000 chips apparently here. Down to 1,746,900 premium chips. Yeah, that has to be the regular Astron Roman contract. It has to be, surely, if it is an Astron, because it's not an Astron custom. It has to be compatible for all platforms. So I would surely be forward or contract, obviously. It is surely there, right? I need to check on the G2 Series videos coming post before going any further here, though, just in case it's on, but it's gotta be. It's gotta be. I'm pretty familiar with how that vehicle is and all that stuff. Like, look-wise and stuff. Alright, it turns out I'm actually on SUVs already, because I'm talking about the warden, of course, for the spreadsheet, like, in the certain category of, like, the spreadsheet, because there was an extra class someone that content has to be for his tiers. Alright, yeah, it is in fact a regular P-Fister Astron, like I thought, because again, it's not going to be a custom, it has to be on all platforms for the podium vehicle. It's not a decade vehicle, it's not just for newer platforms, like the HSW Test Ride or something, for example. So unfortunately, I will probably say this probably definitely won't be the most worth it on like the newer platforms. Probably mostly just be for legacy platforms. But like, it is actually pretty good SUV. Maybe it is actually kind of viable even on the newer platforms somehow. Somehow. We had a regular Astra now. Is apparently an A tier SUV. According to the rough 152's available spreadsheet, you were seeing for G2 Actually, it's 10th place again for a lap time. Which, yes. Assuming Assault Eastride and like Warden are not better lap time options than the Aston is, right? Like on the spreadsheet, since those aren't actually currently on there, then it would be a 10th place for a lap time at best. At best, about with like HSW actually enabled, of course. It's actually 10th also for top speed, apparently. Yes, at least as the last update, Safe House and Hills, it is 10th place optimally on top speed, not counting for any of the 2 new ones account in the latest update. But yeah, without HSW, that would be like 6 and 6, obviously. So very well would be like within top 10 without HSW, like without the HSW enabled, of course, on like your legacy platforms. It very well would be within top 10 no matter what. Which again is why it's mostly for those platforms, since there's actually custom HSW available on newer platforms anyways. Which, speaking of, actually, I think custom is actually worse if it's a stock vehicle than actually the like regular like Astron. And even like customized, I mean, actually as well. Like if you have say Aston Custom without the HSW, it's actually somehow performs worse than the regular Aston. It's actually only with the HSW actually performs better than the regular Aston. For the custom one, for the custom one. Fun fact though. There's 1,580,000. Livery yonder could probably save you number 20, like for the K at most. Could actually save like 1.6 million, which is kind of decent. And no matter what platform, it can be good, especially if HSW is a save on like a race. But honestly, for the most part, I'm just for honestly though, yes, I am only going to really recommend it for the legacy platforms, so just simply because there's a better version of it on the newer platforms. I mean, actually, like I said before, I did another Kortz Center heist, so I do obviously have the vigilante out like I usually do at this point, lately, though. God, fuck ass body for some reason. Can we try to behave right now, please? Like, come on, man. God, we were doing so good for like a while, too. And then, despite how the beginning went, basically. Yeah, for the LS car meet. After that, I'll go over remaining subscription stuff like I was basically saying earlier. And it'll be like the luxury autos dealership after that, then. Huh. Apparently there's Pegasi Osiris, which is actually a single player vehicle, so it's actually not even on exclusive on that one. Overfought Ottar, Teams Heist, Supercar, that's very much on exclusive though. And then the Rapid Quick Wagon is from Standard Mercenaries for sure, actually. And ironically, I believe it's actually the worst muscle car for top speed, I believe in particular, actually on that one, fun fact. But yeah. Yes, so. Yeah, Pegasi Osiris from the Gotham Games of the Part 1, which was on the last couple like single player like DLCs actually have their. Or no, it was one of the last online DLCs actually have like the vehicles in the single player as well. I mean. Oh yeah, I wanted to know if they were on discount or not, cause like, lately they've actually been putting them on like discount, they show up on the dealerships. Which I kinda speculate is cause like, it's kinda last like DLC of course for GTA 6 PAVI, even if they like say do a winter update, like, for whatever reason. So I hope it would be on the main newswire, not the plus one right now. But to be fair, I kind of just kind of got back to being on newswires again. Oh yeah, I see the Click Wagons on discounts. Yeah, Cyrus is actually on discounts. And the Autarch. They've been doing that lately, where like, yeah, the showroom vehicles actually literally on discount. Yeah, of course there is less and less about the vehicles and stuff for me at this point. Like each update, so like, I guess they've kind of just got to the point where they don't really care to feature those ones and like keep it to where you have to actually like go up the way to like actually fucking like get them from like a player or something like that. Basically, at this point, I'm kind of convinced that the ratings are basically going at this point. So the Osiris is probably pretty much 30% off. I want to say all of it, but it's kind of 30% off like it's been. So that's for like also a free Hotring Saber. I was actually 40% off of some hot rings, actually, but yeah. So after some hot ring vehicles of some extra 2% discounts, apparently, like, vehicles will be like 30% off discounts, like, otherwise, yes. So on this spreadsheet, it's like high 60s for supercars, but supercars is basically in the 70s with the latest update and everything, even. It's not into account on the spreadsheet because like they're not on there yet. Just like all the vehicles are like released. It's, like further testing is done for like general like vehicle class testing, would be like pretty much the last update for 6 PFVI, like it's out at least in a day again. Like say for some reason do another update when they didn't even say like this update was going to be the last update. They never like flat out confirmed that or anything. Yeah, Cyrus apparently is the E-tier supercar. At 34th place, man. Looks like for lap time. 50th place for top speed. Yeah, Cyrus apparently is just not that good at all for top speed. Just don't good for top speed. And it can be like high 20s at best, it looks like. Which is technically above average for its class. But again, I started including like the new ones in the latest update on the spreadsheet yet. And even then, it's E tier, obviously, because yeah, it's not even that good per se. And the Hotring for supercars as well. Again, this one's actually on exclusive from the Doomsday Heist DLC, like the winter 2017 DLC. Even if it was for Drippy, it would have been like something like early 2018 or something, like latest. But Hotring just bounced to C tier car with like 24th place for the lap time as well as 28th place top speed. It's actually better than one HSW vehicle with the TNT, with that one being like pretty bad like lap time. For TNT in particular for HSWs, like I think it becomes like 20th at best or something. Like I think it is very much above average for the class with both metrics, but like yeah, it's just overshadowed by obviously other tiers and all that stuff. So really, let's get these, or at least Hotring for like customization, personal preference. I really don't even think you should really be getting the Osiris. I don't really think it's worth wasting like online slot for a vehicle you can literally just customize in single player. I don't think it's worth wasting the prestigious online garage slot for a single player vehicle. And then yeah, the Vapid Click Wagon for the muscle car class. Again, it's actually the worst one for top speed, I believe, for sure, in the class. But yeah, it's pretty much just not good in general, for sure. apparently M tier for letter tier. There's literally 75th place for lap time. I guess 82nd place for top speed. And yeah, there's 88 muscle cars in the game. I believe there still is as well. Because again, this update didn't have any new muscle cars for sure, including in upcoming tribute or any of that. And there's actually 6 non-raceable ones, so technically being 82nd actually makes it the worst one effectively, because I think it's ones with like nitrous boost and stuff. I think they're like the non-raceable ones from like Arena Wars DLC or something for like the non-raceable, like 6 or whatever. Which I bet even all the non-raceable ones have a better top speed and even if not, again, it's like the worst top speed of a raceable one. So really, this vehicle is just complete utter garbage. Like for the performance, just good for the customization, personal preference, kind of stuff all.
Yo, girl.
This Deity apparently looks to be the prize ride. Pretty interesting one actually, being a contract DLC on Monotech vehicle. Which is placed top 4 for 3 days in a row. Top 4 is actually pretty easy. It's 3 days in a row. That's like that actual like kind of hard, difficult part. Like being consistent with it a bit and not forgetting about it or something. If say you don't put it in the most or something. Yeah, Pursuit Series. It's 4 players, so I guess body first time training, man. Like, what are we doing, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. The Pursuit Series, though, is like, it's literally 4-player racing, so if you have the bare minimum players of 4 players, you could make it work, but if you are playing with like a random, I don't know if they'll exactly go for like the minimum 4 players. You're probably just better off going to street racing for sure. Because street racing you can do the 2, 3, and 4 players and be a guaranteed entry for the challenge, which is just a lot more practical to do. Yes, so 2, 3, and 4 players all have for street race stuff. And it's a lot more efficient to like do it in the proper numbers, so it's just a lot better like do or whatever. This body first time training fucked me up so much, man. I swear, man. Yeah, those 2 for sure count. Drag and drift races, on the other hand, though, those came out in 2023 with the Chop Shop DLC, like winter of 2023. And since they don't really make like newer content consistent with like older content and stuff, like I'm willing to bet they don't count. To be fair, I've only really raced on those solos. I can't really say if they do or not. They technically do count as Oscar Meet Series, I believe. But again, they came out like a couple years after the fact, like, of the prize art system itself, so they very much might not even count with like multiple players. Even if you did like 2, 3, like 4 players like street races. So I probably just avoid those ones just in case, just stick to the Pursuit or street racing, especially the street racing. And then as for free mode sprint racing, I don't necessarily believe that actually counts as Oscar Meet Series, but like it might count since it is some day 1 tuners DLC content somehow. It somehow could actually count.
Yo.
Not really sure though. No, not really sure though. Honestly though. Honestly though, but most likely I'm guessing not. Yeah, I believe it's on Hotring Motorsport for the deity. Four-door, like four-door sedan, right? I think so. I would think so. If not, then obviously a two-door then. Alright, yeah, it is in fact a four-door. On a trade price, by the way, since this does actually have a trade price, it is $1,383,750. But yeah, I'm pretty sure all the contract DLC and mine tech vehicles have a trade price. It could very likely be something tied to the like Dr. Dre like contract or something. I forget, honestly. Like, I don't know if all of them were necessarily used in the missions. Like, some of it could have just been tied to some of the like security contracts or different hits or something from that update. I forget, but it has some kind of trade price. I'm actually pretty positive, like 100% certain on that. Especially when it launched, I think, with the DLC, it wasn't like a Drip 8-1 or something, I believe, I think as well. But yeah, capability-wise, it does have a Monty Tech, like I said earlier. It's also one for initial contract DLC, the DLC that actually introduced a Monty Tech, so it was some of the most feature-rich Monty Tech vehicles ever in the game. So as the updates got like further out, they started being like skimping on some stuff later on and stuff. Like even the update after like completely stopped having like the front mounted machine guns that like the like initial ones had. So yeah, this one is armor plating. The thing is that the contract batch though, none of them actually are electric vehicles, and the electric and Tech actually are the best ones for the armor plating. Because I think they have like a patrol tank mechanic where like the RPGs and homing launchers actually do the same damage. Where usually the RPG can actually out damage the homing launcher since it's manual aim versus like homing, like assisted kind of like auto aim stuff. Which makes the electric and Tech vehicles better apparently for the armor. So the armor is not the greatest for Tech, but it's still very passable, especially with the missile lock-on jammer. But yeah, it has the bullet-resistant glass, which is like 16 pistol rounds, 16 assault rifle rounds, such etc. Not always 16, but like I think, for example, like sniper rifles can be in less, even for like regular bullets. And purple FNJ rounds just instant shoot for those. But yes, so. Yeah, front-mounted machine guns is the thing on this, being one for the initial contract DLC batch. Only the initial contract DLC batch of Monty Tech even have the front-mounted machine gun options. Which is some, like, mounted weaponry, so you have to use your, like, weapon ammo on your actual character. Which you can kind of just set up tricks for, like, the gun locker and stuff to kind of make your ammo kind of, like, essentially, like, infinite innocence when you lobby hop and stuff. As long as there's like two weapons that share the same ammo type at all, and it's not like on something where it's the only weapon that has that ammo type or something, like a lot of throwables have, for example, obviously, because of like being pretty unique projectiles and stuff. Then yeah, like might not matter the most, I suppose, but like it's a nice thing to have, I suppose, so you don't have to actually use your own weaponry. I always like when you include the front machine. I guess always like include the front machine guns, just to have an option at all, of course. Like I'm not gonna knock having an option for like firepower, of course. Even if it's not explosive guns, obviously, like standard guns, like it's fine enough at least. Like it's at least something. And yeah. The mine tech vehicles range have silk mines as like the only mine type. Pretty sure this one's no different. Some mine techs just don't have the silk mines, but this one very much does, being an initial contract DLC batch. And then you have the choice of either the missile lock-on jammer or a remote control unit. Missile lock-on jammer can always be good on just about anything since it prevents missile lock-on. And then a remote control unit. In the case of initial contract DLC patch vehicles, since they have the front-mounted machine guns, you can actually use those in the remote control unit stuff, so it could actually be kind of a fine one for the remote control unit. So really could use either one, honestly, I feel, for the most part. Albeit the Deity is also a sedan class vehicle, which isn't really one of the quicker class types in the game, so you might just overall be better with the missile lock-on jammer on this particular one. But I mean, it's very much an option, of course, to use like the front-mounted machine guns with the remote control unit. Not having your character actually in the vehicle could be an interesting thing to use in like free mode or something. Especially if it was before like the buff of like the compact EMP launcher, but like I don't know, last couple updates you can easily probably be kicked out of it if somebody uses like that weapon, but like I don't know if that many people actually end up doing that, but like it's something that can happen, obviously. Also, this thing, by the way, for what I understand from yes, what I understand, this vehicle apparently has a quirk where it's pretty weighty, so like it's hard to also toss around with explosives, fun fact as well. So you hit this thing with a lot of explosives, apparently will not go flying on that crazy like other vehicles will. For some reason that vehicle has a lot of weight to it for the Deity here for some reason. That's like a bit of a quirk to it, so that's kind of interesting. A lot of the initial contract patch had some interesting quirk stuff like that, and like maybe like an Enterprise DLC, especially after adding possibly too. But yeah, as for the general performance of the vehicle though, it's sedan class, so there's no HSW, so like numbers will be the same for all platforms in this case. And again, keep in mind that Marula did release for sedans in the latest updates, so it's not including this into account, but I believe the Marula is better than the Deity, so just basically add one to the numbers I give, or I'll probably end up doing that myself. Yeah, apparently it's a B tier. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns to C tier thanks to Marula though. Because it's actually at the bottom of B tier and probably maybe even become a top C or something. Or possibly even. This 14th place a lot of time as well as 10th place top speed apparently. So it's passable enough at least for top speed, like for sure. Again, no HSW, so there's no way to like increase the numbers from that. But again, 10th place top speed, again, the Marula did come out, and I believe that's a very good sedan, so it's likely actually an 11th place top speed now, so like, it's actually out of top 10, I'm probably guessing now for sure in the latest update. But I mean, even if it's not a performance vehicle, it's still very much good for free mode, so that's pretty much what you want to basically use it for. Very good free mode vehicle to chill out in, basically. Especially with like a missile lock-on jammer or something. Again, both options very much work on that vehicle.
Hasta luego.
Alright, and then here for the pre-owned test ride, whatever. Yeah, Karen S95, the weird thing is, this one you can actually get, like, as a returning player, like, for free, so it's kind of a waste of a slot in a way. unless like you only ever played the PS5 version or like the Xbox Series X, S, or PC Enhanced version, you never played like a prior version of the game, basically. So unless you're like a fully new player, just when you basically just be getting for free is a list player. Like literally, like yeah. And with like there now being 6 HSW sports cars, it's definitely not on the higher end of like either lap time or top speed, I'm pretty sure. Because you have a lap time, you have like the Yobi, I'm pretty sure. Top speed, you got like the Banshee GTS, yeah, and those are the 2 100% are like at the top. I think you even have like the Kortz that's pretty good for a lap time. Like the Stinger TT also pretty good for top speed, so it's definitely like kind of like mid-tier HSW sports. But any HSW is pretty good, so you might as well get it if you need it for some reason. It's like a non-returning player somehow or something. Yeah, that vehicle apparently found on Simulator Super Autos. I do believe that website is in fact correct on that one. Which I mentioned because, yeah. Sterling GT still has the glitch, or like bug, or oversight, whatever, where like it still acts like it's vaulted, where you can't actually get to websites and say vaulted between Sanders Mercenaries and Sabotage when they in fact brought back Agent Sabotage and like onwards. It's been back for some time, just never really bothered to like update that or something. Also, kind of a similar case to the weaponized Ignis, but you can make them usable as the Stinger TT before EVX. Since those are a mining tech, like full on a mining tech, they actually get the option for like slip mines, which I believe actually count as a weapon apparently when you apply them. So if you actually have slip mines on, you're actually not allowed to use these two, and the HSW touchables do know. So in those cases, if you want to use either of those two in the HSW touchables, you got to take the slip mines off, I found, to use those ones. But any other vehicle, just like not any of the other 27 vehicles that I didn't mention, like in terms of like some like rules or like full-on exceptions, like being full-on blacklisted in case of like weapon sickness nowadays, for like HSW Tundra, you should have no problem using like any of the other options. Basically, though, it's basically though. So yeah, I'm going over the rest of the plus stuff like I said earlier, basically though. Oh, and also, by the way, I didn't mention actually regarding the Warden. In the past, at least in the past, you've been able to actually like buy a vehicle early from somebody else or something, like through the like this car meet. If they bring it over to the car meet, you might be able to actually buy the vehicle, like despite not owning plus. But then you have to actually pay for the vehicle basically for like what it would normally cost. and possibly all the like upgrades on that stuff, obviously. So keep that in mind, basically. At least in past updates I was seeing, I may have heard they might have cracked down on that though, kind of the latest update though. It could be wrong with the Billionaire GT, maybe already. Could be wrong, I might have heard something like that though. But it could very much be wrong on that. Maybe it's just the same as it's always been. Though if like 500k vehicle resale value is like it's not impossible, it's probably something very much probably ended up doing after all or something. Even just delay in the lifespan of the game. So you actually might be able to buy it early if you like say don't even have Plus and you just get it for something that does have Plus or something. But yeah, then yeah, you would have to pay for it like normal. Obviously though. Maybe start with like ability you might not even like the most or something. Yeah, so I think it's just worth waiting the extra week if you're not like a Plus member anyways. Honestly, like it's just a CV class. It's not one of the more raceable classes of the game. Hardly even. Like again, I don't even have numbers for like how it performed on like usual, like earlier in the DLC or something. Since general vehicle testing, like in general for the game, will be done again apparently by roughly 152 Resident Evil G10 At least for the ones by letter tiers, anyways. Alright, so going to like remaining plus stuff or like discounts, money opportunities. So with yes, discounts, money opportunities for the plus subscription only. Going to some of those basically. Turn off any that are not relevant basically right now. It's just the garment factory. So I won't actually be able to show a price for it for like what it would be like for like the 60% off as I already own it. But I think it's only like a couple million or something at like most or something. So like yeah, it's apparently 60% off. So like I want to say it's probably in like the high 100,000s or something at like most or something at a 60% off plus subscription discount. There's also 0 renovations, I believe, for this property, so you can't even, like, customize it at all or anything. It's literally just as it comes, basically. So you don't have to spend, like, hella much extra or anything for any possible renovations, which is very nice, but very nice. For just the property itself. It's a very cheap entry point for the property. Pretty good property as well when you do like FFB files like every single week. Changes every single week for like an event week for the like priority file that you can do like one time only for the week. And on a super rare occasion they've even done like over $1 million or something. Like doing like a times on the like FIB files, like priority file as well, or something. Like, say, like, normally on a priority file it gets like double amount from like 100-ish to like 300k-ish or something. And then on rare occasion, I think I've done like a ×4 money opportunity in addition to that, like a couple of times or something. So you never know; it can always be very good at some random point. Kind of like right now, actually, if you're on the plus subscription, I'll get onto it later as well. Priority file was actually The FIB files I find are actually pretty quick to grind, and the challenges are pretty easy for it too. For the missions, if you know what you're having to go for, like beforehand or something, if you have good memory and all that stuff and what to do. It's also very easy tier 4 to get a free like Firebolt ESP that you can turn the HSW on your platforms for the career progression, which is pretty cool. Gets you some exclusive terabyte upgrades, which actually will also be part of this subscription. But yeah, and there's apparently also double daily like income. It sounds like for the like save for it as well. However, the thing is, I don't really know how that works, and again, there's no like renovations. You can't like kind of get like a flavor text like description or something. Maybe suggest like how the safe works, like how like much money it gets. I think you just get like a certain amount of money over time or something. I don't know if it even gets boosted when you do like party files at all, or like just a general FIB file. If you get like even more out of like the save when you like do something like that or anything. I don't know. Maybe it's been studied. There's some information out there or something on like GT Wiki or something. I'm not really sure or something. Yeah, it's pretty weak save income, honestly, to be honest. So 2 times I think does help it, but like honestly, probably the nightclub and like the agency saves are probably just better. Caps at 100k, I'm pretty sure on like the agency, and again like the nightclub one, so it's actually capped at 250k. Salvage yard also caps at 250k, albeit that one's also kind of ass one too, because you have to like tow everything mad insane to get that one up real quick and easy. Going recently, actually like right about there even too again. I'm looking for something forever, and I never tow stuff even for the most part.
Hey, see you at Max.
I don't know, would even arcade even be a better safe than the Garmin Factory? I'm actually not too sure, honestly. That one's like 5k with like maximum amount of arcade cabinets. I think every 40 minutes, like 20 times or something, I think. Something like that. Either way, they don't really give you too much information about like how the safe works for that one in particular, like some other ones, so like I couldn't really say if it's that good of a thing for the like double like passive income or not. But I mean, you might as well get the passive income. Like it's pretty easy to get the passive income if you have the subscription. You can just claim it from like the app anyways, instead of going to the physical property each time. And even if you had to do it that way, you could just like, choose a spawn location, do it that way anyways. So does the staff generate the income for the Garment Factory? Interesting. You don't really manage the staff at all, so yeah, like, literally how does the income even work for the Garment Factory? I never really understood for the sake for the Garment Factory. Because again, it's not really much of a way to check on the renovations. There's apparently also double payouts on all FIB files. So every single FIB file in the game will also be a general 2 times money RP, so you'll basically be getting the 300k payouts you get for a priority file for each FIB file with the plus subscription. And that basically means you'll get like 600k on a like priority file for the one time you can do it like a week as well. So basically get like a few you can get for like even 600k basically. So that's like a couple million you can get from that alone. And again, they only take like 20-30 minutes or something like really quick, I'm pretty sure as well. So very good money opportunity you can actually get a hold of for saying nothing. pretty good money opportunity you can actually get for $7.99 up the fucking ass, basically, if you pay the subscription, basically. basically. And then there's also 50% off a terabyte bureau tech. For the terabyte upgrades in particular, I believe that's any of the new ones that came out in the Agent Sabotage DLC. It seems to be very themed towards Agent Sabotage stuff with the Garment Factory, the FB files on 2 times, including party ones for an additional 2 times or something, or like some stacking from like 300 to like 600k or something. Unless the someone turns to like 4 times or something for like 1.2-ish million or something, but I think you basically just get like 600k instead of like 300k or something. I want to say. If you're like 2 times, you know, like 2 times or something, I assume it's like that basically instead of like multiplying or something like 4 times or something. Like on top of like the priority file or something. So I'm pretty sure it's pretty much okay for the priority files for the, like, obviously for the plus month, I mean. But yeah, the Bureau Tech again, is any terabyte stuff I believe that came out with the Agent Sabotage DLC only, which requires the Garment Factory, not stuff you can do in the nightclub as the other storage option for the, like, terabyte. So you will need a Garment Factory, obviously, at nights. With yes, a very nice discount, obviously. You will need that Garment Factory, yes, for the very nice discount you have for the plus subscription. To even take advantage of that. And it's not one you can do like the night before, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, all those are 50% off, half off upgrades for a terabyte, which is Master Control Terminal, Mr. Lock and Jammer, Design Working Collectible Scanner. The Master Control Terminal is basically the same exact thing that's in the, like, arcade, basically, I believe is where it was first introduced. But yeah, the arcade at the Master Control Terminal where you can manage, like, all the businesses or whatever, like, sell. I think you could actually sell from the thing, if I remember right, and you very much still can. I think even when it first came out, you could actually invite one of these sales. Fun fact, probably actually before Coronavirus came out and made it, like, standard or something. Like, early in the days of Heist, but it actually got, like, patched or whatever. Like, hot fixed or whatever, yes. Whatever, yes. But yeah, you can, if you even wanted to, you could actually sell from the Master Control Terminal, which, yeah, in the arcade it wasn't really worth doing it, but since the terabyte, you can actually move it, like, wherever you want. You can actually, maybe actually get some interesting use out of it, sure, but I assume it's still just better to just sales from the actual businesses, so you make sure you're, like, actually, like, in the most efficient spot possible. Like, I don't know, could you drive, like, in front of your, like, business, and it would literally be, like, quicker to do it that way, or would it literally be, like, around the same time anyways? Like, I don't know. I don't really know why they let you sell the businesses from, like, Master Control Terminal, obviously. Like, at least the arcade one, I don't really understand. Again, even with the terabyte, like, if you had it, like, it's almost as close as possible to where it would even be, like, more efficient. You wouldn't really save that much time from it, but you probably still have to go through, like, a loading screen to load you out of like terabyte anyways. I never understood why they had to be a thing in the first place, because I don't feel like anybody uses it that way. But yeah, either way you can like manage all your different businesses from Master Control Terminal. Very, very useful. And that's in addition to like the sourcing being a terabyte already had with like nightclub, like after hours DLC, where you can actually source, and the sourcing, being able to move terabyte wherever was very cool. But like having a message control terminal, be able to do that, but with selling, even with possible slight advantage, like that'd be like very niche. And again, if you still have like load screen, you probably have to deal with the loading out of like a terabyte. When you do that, even. So lock on jammer obviously is very good. Like there's a reason it's very good on like so many vehicles in the game. Terabyte is even super armored, so like yeah, it's a big vehicle, still very much be able to be hit by missiles easily, like including like manual aimed like RPGs, which aren't even impacted by that anyways, to be fair. But yeah, like it's big like truck, like commercial vehicle kind of basically. So yeah. I don't know if it does most for it, but no lock on jammer, but like, it still can be useful regardless. Silent running, I think, is where the vehicle is like pretty stationary. It's basically just not on the map, basically, which is nice. Which is nice. So you can just kind of just camp out in it and try to be like stealth, like hidden in it, which is cool. Which is cool. But literally, if you move at all, you're basically not even going to have that benefit. So just keep that in mind. Basically. So it's basically the most useful for like sneak attack kind of stuff, basically, I'm pretty sure. And then collectible scanner. collectible scanner. Once you find stuff like the action figures, the organics product. I don't know if it helps actually much with the movie props, given that there is a couple of them. I think they're like RAM event kind of things. I don't know if it helps most of those. I assume it helps a lot of playing cards. Somehow it maybe could help with Sentinel Jammers. I'm not really sure, quite frankly. Given those, you usually have to pull up with like aircraft or something. The snowmen, when those are enabled, maybe, very likely could be the case. Well, I know for sure it works on the Lucky Clovers because that came out after Agent Southtower, so I very much used Terabyte for that.
Fuck you, Phil!
Daily collectibles, I mean, works for some of those, I'm pretty sure, as well. Or something. Weird Sash's finger cow precos, so it wouldn't work for those, I'm pretty sure. Junk Guarantee Sky Eyes, you literally have like the icons for like where to do those, I think on the maps. I don't think that helps with that. Church Chest, I think sells the cow precos, so not useful for that. I kind of assume it could work for jack-o'-lanterns, but I believe it's like up to like 200. I don't know if they like enable all those on like the collectible scanner anyways, but like it's possible. Whenever that would be enabled at any point. PSG Animals Photography. So there's all stores where I don't think it helps with that for sure though. Oh, it's tags like where you find like a spray paint bottle, right? Maybe somehow it could, I'm not sure. And smoke on the water product, I do want to say I probably can find that one, I'm pretty sure. That would have came out in money fronts. I might have experimented with it a little bit, but I never really overly cared to collect those. Because I think you have to collect 10 like a day and like respawns daily or something. For a while, I just never cared to do that one or something. Where other ones are like a lot more consistent or something. And being into like daily collectibles kind of makes it to where I just don't need to cover it the most in a way, and in a way though. And there's other stuff that don't even like appear in the list, like the cheese cache, for example, or at least don't appear in the list till we actually like do it for the day or something. But you can see like cheese cache, for example, like on the map. And usually when you go there, you have to find it like a radius, which can be a little tedious to do. But if you use the terabyte, you can actually get pretty much the exact location for it, I believe. As you pretty much get there, basically, even instead of having to like look around and use like vibration cues and stuff to find it or something. So it even helps with like the G's cache, for example. So it helps with a lot of stuff if you don't yet have those. Like if you've always kind of want to go for some of that stuff, then yeah, collectible scanner can always be pretty nice, pretty nice. Having it half off would definitely be a nice thing, because I think it's like $1 million-ish or something, which is not a huge ask, I feel, for like the default price, given like I don't know if you should get the most worthwhile things for like the like collectibles anyways, like sets for some like cash rewards, basically a sets for some outfit that like most people probably won't be wearing anyways, and like this outfit here, for example, is from playing cards actually, I believe, for example. Like, I do like that particular outfit, yeah. Like me, I wouldn't really think of using an outfit just because I'm like a collectible set to get some value out of the outfit, or like get more of like my time of getting it or something. There's apparently also 3 times money RP and rep, like that was currently rep on the drift races, it looks like, as well, for the subscription only. And also that one they say actually stacks for like one of the particular weeks as well, actually, like the penultimate week, I think, like the second to last week, it looks like it stacks for like the normal event as well, actually. And yes, strip races in particular, I believe, did get like multiple payout boosts, I believe, for race types. I think it's one of the rare ones that got like more than one payout boost, I believe, for like race types, basically. So in addition to like the 50% Crown Prize DLC one, apparently there was like one other one, this, you know, another 50% boost, so would have basically doubled up what it used to be to pay for it, basically. So again, like 8K. Then again, actually, like Drift Races came out 2023, it would have actually like kind of used the updated pay structure. So 8, 16, like 24 for 3 times, I think it used to be in their like order days. 50% boost, like 36, like another 50% boost, like double up basically, like what? I said 24ish initially, like 40, 50ish K or something on 3 times. On the 6 times for the 1 week. On yes, the 6 times for the 1 week, stacking with like a regular event week. Apparently, like, sounds like that might be like 90ish to like 100K per like race or something, like 8-10 minutes or something. Which, yeah, even if you could theoretically like solo get like a few 100,000-ish like racing or something, 8-10 minutes solo, and you have to like purposely drag out the race or something. I don't really feel that's that worth it. Obviously, you're, again, still gonna want to play those with like other players to maximize on your money. And nice thing with drift racing, it's not being mostly based on position, like that's part of it. But it's actually based mostly on overall drifting, so even if you don't get first place, you can actually, like, if your drifting is good enough, you can actually get the win regardless, so. But of course, if you do both, of course, that would be great. So I could actually see a lot of potential for the 6 times money that will happen actually for, if you're on the plus event and for the regular event, that will happen for August 27th to September 2nd. Apparently, that will be just stacking the 6 times. But yeah, 6 times that Karmic Rep would probably be very insane. I would have to guess. I would have to guess. So, the Karmic Reputation especially would be very nice for that. But yeah, money you can definitely get much better outside of like racing for sure. Maybe even kind of RP in a way, but like RP, usually the event stuff is actually some better RP stuff. So RP and Karmic Rep especially could be useful. Yeah, the money stuff I'm sure you can find like better things. Depending like what's available for the August 27th, September like 2nd thing, or like obviously the other weeks you very much definitely probably could. We'll only be at the 3 times for the plus event. And finally, going into more drifting, this will actually be the final thing for the like plus event. Yes, the final thing for the plus event, there was apparently a discount tied to drift racing. Tied yes to drift racing. And that's 50% off of all drift tuning upgrades. So every single vehicle in its drift tuning upgrade will be half off, and those cost $200,000 per vehicle. Instead, it'll be like $100,000. I wonder if that's suggesting that like maybe the August 27th stuff. I wonder if that's all somehow suggesting the August like 27th to like September 2nd event or something could possibly introduce like the new drift tune vehicles starting the drifting for the latest update. Maybe possible. Maybe possible. Because for those that don't know, for some reason every DLC since Chop Shop is basically having drift tune like vehicles. Like a lot of the times it's been a drift feed. At least outside of like the initial Chop Shop update. At least most definitely. And that will basically be it for the plus benefits. Now, going back to general event stuff, starting with the luxury autos now. Luxury auto stuff, I don't think it's usually on discount. It'll probably just be some newer vehicles that will not be on discount. It's how it usually has been working recently. And kind of in general is how it kind of works anyways. Luxury autos probably didn't like the most consistent dealership, I would say, for how things are structured. What's promotion garbage, whatever. It's just, what, the RC GT, I think, for a news update, yeah. Yes, it's like the first set of new supercars, and then this one is the People's Extreme, it looks like, actually, from the previous 2000 Hills DLC. Yeah, this one's definitely way too recent for discount being the latest update. This one probably won't be on discount then either, of course so. See, this one's not on the spreadsheet for the RC GT, but it's clearly not as good as the like Bellino GT and like the newer platforms, since it doesn't have HSW access. And the Horus that's coming out later in the drift feed will also be basically a bunch of car on the newer platforms, since that will also have HSW support. So it might be the worst of the cars in at least a sense on the newer platforms, I'm for sure. If you had to skip one, the supercars of the update. And yeah, this one's the electric supercar that came out in the last update. I don't actually think about it. I don't think they actually did an electric supercar in this update. Maybe they got so much flat fun with doing like constant electric supercars like every update or something. No, like they just didn't bother this time or something. But yeah. This was very similar to Suzume, whatever. And like the Pipistrello, all kinds of other like different electric supercars that they've been doing more recent updates. At least from the prior update and before. In a sense, it might be kind of the best of those ones. So if you want like a acceleration, like electric vehicle that's not HSW, it might be one of the better ones of those. If say you're on like the legacy platforms or something. See, acceleration can get you out of a gunfight kind of quick, so it could be pretty good for that. Also, top speed's not the worst in that one, so it might not even have the crazy acceleration compared to like some other ones. Like say the Pipistrello, I think there's like one of those for example. Assume more of the hit, like the top speed, the more acceleration you get or something. I'm going to guess, but could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. Yeah, back to the main event newswire. See, like, it's even on discount pretty soon. Oh, or CGT, I guarantee probably not. But yeah, if that's not on discount, I guarantee everyone probably won't be either then. Even if it was like the last update. Yeah, I don't see it on discount, so yeah, it's definitely, they're definitely both very much not on discount. Now that I checked the newswire though. So over to the last vehicle dealership this time around for the Renox Motorsport. It's anything like the last bunch of events for the latest update will probably be like all 5 of them on some kind of like 30% off discount. That's like a Hotring vehicle, and it'll be like 40% discount. Going off of this particular event with what I've already basically said for free viewers, whatever. The tailgater S, Kitora, whatever. Alright, so you're not getting hot ring ones there, it might just be some of your other discounts. We have Patriot Mill Spec discount, or I presume the Benefactor Sterling GT, and then Trojan GP1. I think I saw at least these 4 on discount. So I'm definitely thinking for sure the tailgater S definitely on discount too then. going off of the previous events, I think all the other ones, like all the ones in Simeon's in previous events were. Alright, yeah. Definitely search all these are on discount. Okay, so the other Tailgater S for sedans. It's actually a tuner subclass vehicle, and actually one of only two that are four-door tuner subclass, I believe, as well. One that came out more recently, the Hardy Way, actually ended up being four-door, I think, as well. And like the money fronts, basically. I mean, basically. I mean, I don't even think you can use Hardy Way in the robbery contracts. This might be the only one of those you can use in robbery contracts for Tailgater S. But yeah, it's not sports class, and I think the top tier sport class options are basically the best one for like, best ones basically for street pursuit racing. So I guarantee you shouldn't want to use it. I guess basically guarantee you do not want to use it for the street pursuit racing. However, it does have an interesting niche for like robbery contracts, being the only like four-door. Basically, you could probably pretty much even use there. So if you're playing like 3 or 4 player robbery contracts, it could be interesting for those. Even if it's, say, not a vehicle with like a rear over you can put on the back or something, which I don't 100% remember, but I don't feel as rear over on the back at all, basically. At all, basically. So it makes doing 3 and 4 player robbery contracts probably pretty niche for people to do anyways, like actually doable, I suppose. In a single vehicle, basically. Yeah, this vehicle for sure is more for the main class of sedan rather than like tuner subclass contents. Unless again you're doing like 3 or 4 player robbery contracts, which is pretty niche, pretty niche. So sedan again has no HSW options. Tailgater S is actually S tier sedan. Thought the latest update to account with assault latest update to account. Third place for the lap time, 7th place for top speed. Yes, though. Third place lap time, 7th place top speed. Which, like, again, I think this 50 only has the Marua for sedan, so like, it's not going to be that much worse. So it's very much, basically, top 3 or top 5, basically, for lap time. And within, like, top 10 for top speed. Very good sedan, Or it still is very much usable, obviously, being an S tier sedan. Next one here is Shitsuki Torque. I think came out actually the last update, so Allison Hills, and this one's actually on discount, unlike one that was came out last update, ironically, with the Luxury Autos one of the Pete Fister Extreme, which would have been cool to see on discount, I guess, too, but whatever. Guess Cockstar was being a shit too about it, And no, if I got spotted for somewhere, shit too about everything too. Apparently, man. Fuck no. But yeah, uniquely, this one's actually a utility class vehicle, which is not a class with a lot of vehicles in the game. Yeah, there's not a lot of vehicles in the class, and also not even all of them are raceable vehicles either. I think literally there's so little raceable utility class vehicles in the game. Yes, there's so little utility raceable vehicles in the game that... Yeah, literally. It would be its own letter tier even, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it took a while to say that, because fuck, I was probably for Hotring, of course so. Of course so. Yeah, I think it's like the second best one, if I remember right now, for like utility, basically. It didn't actually top the Saddler, but like, didn't actually top 2013 Saddler, which is like 2013 vehicle. I think that's still even like stand to top that class, ironically, but still no. Like, besides for the Saddler, it's actually basically one of the best ones for utility. Well, actually, it turns out there's actually two for A tier, and like Kator is actually Kator, or whatever is actually one of them. So it's actually only 7 raceable like utility vehicles in the whole game. Actually, fun fact. It looks like in general there's like 20 utility vehicles in the game. Actually, not a lot. For the other classes, for sure though. Sure though. But yeah, Kator is probably A tier utility vehicle of the like 7 of them that's even raceable. With 2nd place hot time and 4th place top speed. Any raceable vehicle utility is kind of, in a sense, kind of good, as long as it's like not super ridiculously so, like the lawnmower. It's more of like a regular vehicle, basically. I would arguably say then. Yeah, super interesting vehicle in the Kator. I would definitely recommend this one. It's also really cheap as well, actually. Yeah, no joke, that's super cheap. I think it was the cheapest vehicle of the update, actually, last update. And after that is the Mammoth Patriot Mill spec. Actually a Mindtech vehicle, just like the Deity, also from the initial contract DLC batch, so... Armor plating, but again, no electric vehicles for the initial batch, so it's not the best armor plating of any of the Mindtech vehicles. Going to the electric ones, because Patrol Team Mechanic, which make the RPG and Homing Launcher do the same damage to the RPG out damaging Homing Launcher. For those electric ones only. That's why the armor on this one would be a tad worse or something. Again, it has that Boris glass, 16 pistol rounds, 6 rifle rounds, such as 7, always 16. Snipers can do more, I think. More damage for like less shots basically required. And then FMJ rounds will just one-shot those. Like, one those basically the purple, like, rounds are Mark II weapons. This one has front-mounted machine guns being initial contract DLC batch. And being SCV actually is the height advantage as well, which actually makes the guns go up to like the drivers of vehicles, making it easier to deal with like destroying porous glass for like vehicles for like headhunter VIP work or something. Slick mines, of course, mainly mine type, river mine tech. And then you have the Ashford Reaver missile lock on German remote control unit. It's SUV class vehicle, which is definitely a slower one. I think it might even be one of the slowest mine tech vehicles altogether. And its initial mine tech DLC vehicle. Like, it was the initial mine tech DLC for the contract, so they naturally did like more balancing decisions on like the original batch, I'm guessing. Not make them like too overpowered compared to like newer ones, of course though. Bro, just talk to me in your phone. But it's just a day one phone call, he's not tied any businesses or anything, so definitely just a day one phone call that was unimportant, like whatsoever. Like literally not even important. I mean, I don't know if important is even a word and say that. Fucking spotty for soccer meanie anyways, of course. Fuck. But yeah, what's I will say now? Saying something about like initial contract DLC badge or something, I forget. But yeah, it's like one of the slowest, not like the slowest MI-Tech vehicle that probably is in the whole game with like full on MI-Tech, probably given like its initial batch. See, I think because it's so slow, like you kind of could run either of them just because it's from like the machine guns. You could run remote control unit if you wanted to. Like you totally could do that with the machine gun gimmick thing I mentioned earlier with the deity. But yeah. This one's a slower vehicle, so probably would actually want to run the missile lock and jammer. Like, over the remote control unit, most likely. But again, you have missile lock and jammer to not get hit by missiles easier, or you can literally do remote control unit to use those guns, like, without being in the vehicle, which is pretty nice. And yeah, as for performance of the vehicle, less off-road and SUV for some reason, which actually might end up being the case here. Alright, yeah, I might have called it a SUV vehicle, but it actually turns out it's actually in the off-road class, so it's my bad. Just most Patriots are actually SUV class, obviously, so I assumed it would be the same. For some reason. They do that sometimes with vehicles, or like all of them, if like a certain type will be like of a certain class, I feel, even if like one makes sense to be different. They have done that before, but yeah, so. Vehicle off Ruffy 152's vehicle spreadsheet racing YouTuber yes at G10 on. Apparently the Patriot Mill spec is apparently a K tier off-road vehicle with a 35th place lap time and even 39th place for top speed. Out of like 48 are actually raceable. I don't think there's any new off-road vehicle for this update, so I think it's still accurate. Or wait, actually there technically was of the armored car armored, whatever. However, it's probably non-raceable like the regular car with the gun on it. For the 6x6 one with the gun on it, the one actually just called regular car. So I'm pretty sure that one would be non-raceable anyways. So I don't really think that really changes anything really. Really don't. Plus you need 50 million for Kortz center heist attempts, which takes goddamn forever when you're not doing it with like friends or something. Probably a bunch of no heists that actually legitimately got the vehicle. So far, even that wasn't for like a glitch or something, of course. Because yes, so people actually did apparently legitimately do the challenge already. Somehow from whatever. And GT series videos I think did, and professional apparently did. And so people have done it apparently for the 50 million tier 4 requirement for the Kortz center. Which I cannot imagine was easy. People probably just no life percented the game or something, or like for weeks on end or something. It's still no. It's fuck doing like 300 like fuck doing like 300 400k like primaries and also like force secondary targets in the most efficient way possible or something. And there's only 2 like HSW off-roads by the way, so like 35th and 39th would be like 33rd, 37, which is not good at all basically performance wise. I guess I don't count for raceable, not clean non-raceable, which I don't really see too much point doing. So since yeah, obviously it will be like some weaponized stuff that you obviously logically couldn't use anyways. So yeah, apparently the Sterling GT will be 30% off. Talk about probably both the regular and HSW performance on this particular one. So yeah, it is HSW eligible. So actually that was the one I was pointing out was vaulted before and like the listing was not updated for on the laptop like I showed for putting the website back on there when they actually removed it from the like put it back from previously being removed from like the website, whatever. But yeah, Sterling GG is in Sports Classics. Apparently, the regular one is C tier, 15th place lap time, and 28th place top speed. Taking out the free HSWs gives it like 12th place even on lap time, and like 25th top speed. I don't think this update had any Sports Classics, right? This was like the last update that did. Believe so. But it's like 54 apparently. Like, if you took away HSW, it'd actually be above average, I think, with top speed as well, not just like the lap time or whatever. But yeah. Honestly, the non-HSW one's not necessarily all that good anymore for 2026, so. But the HSW one, on the other hand, though, if you're on newer platforms only, is S tier being HSW, basically. Yes, so. Sterling GT, HSW is yes, S tier being HSW, and like, it's in one of the classes where it's not like super crazy bad HSW vehicle and some metric. Apparently it's third place for a lap time as well as number one top speed actually. With HSW. Which ironically is better in the more niche circumstance of top speed, but obviously still very good HSW wise. As expected. And yeah, finally approaching GP1 to finish off the dealership here for the 30% off discounts here. Supercar class vehicle. And I don't think this one's all that good, if I remember right. Or at least not anywhere close to the best. But apparently GP1 apparently is a H tier supercar. Which gets 55th place for a lap time and 49th place top speed. We got 49th and like 33rd or something. So it might actually be able to get like above average or like top speed at least, but like it's just not gonna really cut it down. Given it's really low like tier on and stuff. Alright, so I think that does it for talking about the Simeon dealership. Like Prindox and Motorsport basically. So now it's basically time to talk money opportunities, like discounts, and other remaining stuff, whatever. Also, yeah. Oh, jeez. Vehicle over here trying to get over to some ends. Fuck you then. Get out my way, fool. God, that almost never happens, I feel, when I'm like actually over here and everything, but whatever, no. Whatever, no. But this car just a spirit, what the fuck? I think his car was randomly spirit, but whatever. That's just how vehicles work when they like go over there and like it makes the dealership lively when you walk in and stuff. I'm not even sure, honestly what happened there. But anyways, after all that distraction, as a reminder, I was trying to say, like, weekly completion bonuses of reset being a new event week, it seems like to reset on a new event week, and all that as you would probably expect, basically. So, like, my Kortz center, for example, like I was looking for earlier, I was making sure, like, since I did it, like, 1 a.m. in the morning or something, that, like, it actually turned to, like, a 1 million, like, primer, so, like, you know, like a 300, 400k primer or something, like, that kind of being reset, obviously, for the week. they pointed out on the news wires, so just mention that. Unfortunately, I don't actually think they're doing anything for that in the next like 2 weeks for weekly completion bonuses. They were doing like 2 times on actual weekly completion bonuses on top of the weekly completion bonus itself, which is really fun for the event weeks before. But unfortunately, they're not like doing that. It looks like right now. I think for this and next week they're not, unfortunately. So you won't have like an additional 2 times like a heist or something, for example, sadly, like Panther statue on like the Cayo. So say, for example, you set like your Panther statue like I did in Cayo Heist, but you didn't have like the time to do more than just simply like doing this scope out with like Cayo or something. Means this week could be a good time to do that, and since I do my Kortz Center with my time and stuff instead after all. But at least got the Panther statue set up for last week, at least. There's apparently yes, is apparently Twitch drops going on apparently right now for Team Sprunk or Team E. Cola from August 13, August 26 for a 2-week thing. Kind of the main reason is kind of a 2-week event going on again and again. So it's another Team Sprunk E. Cola one that's basically done before, I believe. Single time with the Sprunk E. Cola, the copper and and stuff that they've definitely given out in the past. So if you watch select streams apparently for like Twitch, you can get the corresponding Sprunk sweatsuit or the E-Cola tracksuit to support preferred beverage on up to $2 million in the game. So even if you don't care for the clothing items, you can actually even get up to $2 million I hear. I don't know if I heard it if you have to watch like 20 hours of streaming. I don't know if I heard that or not. Like, if you actually have to watch like 20 hours of streams, that's just ridiculous for $2 million. But I mean, it's $2 million just kept from like watching streams if you do it for like 20 hours or something. I feel like that's pretty crazy good. In a sense, we're just willing to do that, I suppose. So I think what I heard on like Twitter or something, or AX, is I like to call it. So people just overly hate on the name of X that Elon gave it or something. Like people in their tranny names or something, I'm fucking like, can't just suck a chode as well or something. With their fake ass genders and shit. If you play GTA 9 anytime now for the 26th, you can get the free Hotring Saber Sports, the E-Cola plates, the Liberty, British Cola. Those are basically already mentioned on the main menu. Sprunk and E-Cola bodysuits are apparently also available for free roam. Or no. Not free roam, excuse me. Sprunk and E-Cola bodysuits are also available free from clothing stores throughout the city, obviously, and like the map of the game, basically during Grand Brown Wars event. Which I don't think that one is on the main menu yet, so that part I mentioned was actually a little new. I feel like they probably gave us out in the past or something. No, I'm not really sure. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to mention more on the Hotring races, because I've basically already mentioned the Hotring races like pretty in depth since I chose this the title to stream. Instead of 4 times on like free mode events, because I couldn't really like fit that one on the title, so I chose 4 times Hotring stuff. So I already basically spoke about that as I had it for a title to stream. But apparently to add on to that, it is also the featured series going on right now. for the Rockstar icon here on the map. So 1 to 30 players, that's because it's for the Hotring races. Yeah, that's something I actually mentioned about Hotring races, since they are 30 players. I think you only get paid for like 16 players, but since the player count is like so high, even if like a lot of players drop out in like a random like Hotring race, which probably happens like a lot or something. If you have like a full lobby for it, you'd need like literally like 15 players to drop out for like pay to be kind of reduced over time in like mode or something behind the scenes. And yeah, I think pay is kind of look like 16 players back in like Ascension days, obviously because of that. It's because of that. Yeah, I'll talk about the other 2 hot rings are 40% off at a while later. Still, if I somehow have like a lot of time still or something, it's working fine. I'll talk about like week 2 stuff after week 2 weekly challenge. But yeah, the second tile on the main menu was already for like the week 1 weekly challenge, so I don't really have anything new to say on that. Because I already did say a good bit on that actually. It's apparently free times on certain specific select odd jobs. Which I think are very specific ones, it sounds like, for like the last couple batches, kind of, I believe. I think were ones from like money fronts and Safe House and Hills, it looks like, so I'll go over that list basically. But also be like blue sign icons on the map for some of them, of course, since they're select ones.
Exactly.
Again, like I said, it will be from like the last 2 previous updates, not one from like 4, basically, from what it looks like. Yeah, paper route route apparently is gonna be 3 times. Alright, good, that finally stuck on with that. So it's like the paper route route will be 3 times, money RP. I think you kind of use your own motorcycle and stuff on that, right? But you lose like the brand brown like recognition, if I recall right. Pretty big one actually, given the brand brown wars. So let's see why they would include this one. Yeah. That one, I think if you stay on the Frost Day, provided you actually get brand brown recognition bonus for like money bonus some kind. But you can also use like your own bikes as well on that to make it like quicker, albeit maybe less pay. Which you kind of might as well do, I guess, if you're getting triple on top of the standard rates. More than ever. Also from Safe House and Hills, I'm pretty sure that was the last update, yeah, for the paper hour reel. And Drippy at some point is a firefighter. That was the LS Fire Department, the firefighter job stuff. There's apparently going to be triple money RP as well. I feel like the paper hour route doesn't pay as high as that one does. I feel like that one would be better for the pay, if I recall. If I recall. And remember, you can use your own personal RCP, like the remote. No, not remote control. Or whatever. That is RCU, right? Not RCV, but yeah. Sorry about that. I just said that so many times in the stream, so I think it's there, but yeah. I meant the RCV, otherwise kind of, I like to call it the really crappy vehicle. You can use that apparently. Vehicle from the Doomsday Heist update, they had like that huge like police vehicle from Doomsday Heist. Basically, it has like the water hydrants on it. Basically, you can actually use that as a personal vehicle for the fire department stuff. Basically, it's basically for firefighter missions. You can also use a Pegasus fire truck, or also call one from like the emergency services. Those will basically be like the best ways to do it, I believe, especially the RCV, the really crappy vehicle. But jokes aside, it's like the riot control van, I think it is, or something from Doomsday Heist. That's basically the best vehicle to use, I believe, since you can spawn that next to your feet to get pretty instant access to the missions. Instead of having to like call emergency services, wait, or go to a specific like Pegasus spawn, obviously the RCV, like riot control van will be the best vehicle to use for that then. The forklift operator apparently is 3 times, and I think that was the number 1 that came out last update, 6,000 nails. That's basically the alpha male. Basically. Yeah, I don't know if I would say that's as good as firefighter, quite frankly. I feel for any that came out in 6,000 nails, firefighter was like basically the most lucrative one. But it might be more lucrative than the paper route review. I forget though. Might be the most boring of the 3, quite frankly. You can't use your own vehicles really at all, and not one compared to the other one. So if I had to say it, this one might be the worst of those 6,000 Hills ones to do at least. And also just 2 more, and these are 2 actually from the last. No. Yes, so looks like there's 2 more, and these 2 would actually be from 2 updates available. Money fronts in particular is what I meant to say. We had group sex, apparently. But I think both of those actually are. But yeah, it says safeguard deliveries, which I think are both the Bobcat security and the group sex. Those safeguard delivery for those 2 icons will be on 3 times. Which I think if you do the Bobcat one certain amount of times, you get a trade prize for the Bobcat security stockade if you care about that. But like, it's basically just a reskin, like stockade or something from like day 1 of the game. I think it might have been one from like Morphe Inkton, but without like the snow or something, and on exclusive, all that kind of stuff, and cut from like story mode or something. Which, yeah, not really worth fishing for that trade price too much. Might as well just buy it like normal price, or like just not at all. Which is Pegasus vehicle basically.
What do you want?
Which you can collect all those you want anyways, but like, unless you have like all the money in the world, just not worth really going for the Bobcat security stockade, arguably. And then you had a quickie farm. I'm not really a big fan of quickie farms since you cannot actually use your own like stock. Or no. I am not a big fan of quickie farm as you cannot use your own customized like Sentinel GTS. I think it's the vehicle you use for that. But yeah, that's on 3 times as well. So yeah, all those sign icons that I mentioned in particular are the 3 times ones. Which seems to basically be all of them. It's not the like taxi work or the pizza dish, I believe. It looks like it's basically any but those couple basically. It's basically like the most original like odd job like sign flip things that are basically excluded with the taxi work and the pizza, like this stuff. Those are the 2 basically that are not eligible. But I think firefighters probably be the most lucrative of them if you had to choose just one. Favorite route and the fighter ones probably the two funnest ones, quite frankly, if you had to like kind of switch it up. But you might be able to get like a couple thousand or something for like one set of firefighter jobs or something, I'm not even kidding. But like, you might only be able to do like a couple of those like an hour or something for like a couple few 100,000 or something, maybe. If even. I don't know if like two sets of them takes like over an hour or something, I'm not actually sure, honestly. Okay, it'd be like on cooldown after you do a set of it, I forget. But you can actually make some nice free money on some of this, I'm sure. There's also the 4 times my European free mode challenges and events, which was going to be my title for the free mode, like events or something, but like I can have space for that title, unfortunately, without making some cuts to the title or something, so I chose Hotring races for that reason instead. So yeah, 4 times my RP on the free mode events like challenges. Again, like I was saying earlier, you actually want like 6 plus players, I believe, for like free mode like events. Ideally, if you want less competition, you want like as little to that amount as you can. But again, 3 to 5 players is reserved for basically business battles only, like I was saying earlier in the stream. Like much earlier in the stream. So you want like 6 plus players basically, and ideally you might even want less competition basically for all I know to win easier. Like ideally if you can. It's
the future. Goodbye.
Yes. So what are some of the best ones to kind of do? I think undisputably if they were the best free mode event, and I think events are usually the better ones to do, is the criminal damage free mode event. I think it's like 35k like on standard mounts. I think you can literally get a crazy $140,000 for criminal damage. And if you go to the military base, there's also like aircrafts and stuff, like high value stuff to destroy basically. And you can also spawn like CO vehicles to make it easier, like every couple minutes and all kinds of stuff. I think the highest thing is usually like 700k or something. I forget each one you destroy, or something like that. Could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. But if you use like a Savage attack helicopter or something, that's like really good for destroying lots of vehicles, like in short spans of times. And yeah, if you're in that location, all that stuff would probably likely win. So I think criminal damage is like the best one to do. Hunt the beast if you're like actually the beast and you're very careful, you might be able to pull off a win. But I feel usually, especially if the beast is going to be in like a vehicle and you somehow hit them with a missile while you're in the car, they don't really get the increased health boost like they would like on foot or something. So like, Hunt the Beast could be alright depending on like the players and stuff. Also, you can like instant kill a beast even on foot with like a helicopter rotor, like something with like a stealth chopper, like a cool if you can. If for some reason they aren't in like a vehicle, you can even. What other ones kind of like actually like straight up like event? The air checkpoints and stuff I think are event right, not challenges. I think it's kind of cooperative in a way, not going against other players. I mean, it does list other players in their score, but criminal damage make those too, and it's more of a event and challenge, I'm pretty sure. So air checkpoint ones I find are pretty nice too, especially if a couple players know how to do it and get like all of them collected, and there's some kind of money bonus, which I've never really seen happen in the game before, so I don't know what it is, but like, that one you get like money per checkpoint, which is pretty good, And sometimes it could be like ones more for like land vehicles and stuff, I think, as well. Challenge ones though, I'm trying to think. Longest jumping like land vehicle or something you might be able to exploit it with certain vehicles like rocket boosts and stuff. Will be like the best options to use for some of those. Yeah, like near misses or something, you might be able to use like a motorcycle, which takes a lot. Which yes, motorcycles take a lot of space on the road, so I'm not sure those would be pretty good for like near miss challenges. Any other challenge I can think of where a vehicle might be good to exploit or something for start like probably the best challenges you can basically do is ones where you can use a certain vehicle to get a huge advantage. What some of the mechanics certain vehicles can have. I don't know. Like, I feel like seeing a couple of the events and a couple of the challenges, I feel it's kind of good enough, so I'm not like just thinking forever, ever, and ever, so I can move on with the thing. But point is, there's like a lot of different ones, basically. Instead, I don't know if like on like Reddit Online, if there's like a way where you can like check which ones are upcoming, or if it's like much more random than like Reddit Online, so Reddit Online can be bound up for like a Shinra collector map, I think, for like which purple free mode event will happen at like what certain time or like something. I don't know if there's any of that, unfortunately, for GTA Online. For like say GTA Web.eu, for yeah, like GTA Web.eu or anything, because I don't use that map as much as Shinra for Reddit Online or something. So there's definitely some really good ones you can take advantage of for sure for like events and challenges. Definitely. Honestly, yeah, by the way, for air checkpoints, you want to use like a really quick air vehicle like a jetpack. I feel like thruster jetpack, which also, if you go like top speed, cannot be blown up by like a missile if like ever players try to kill you when you do it or something. For like vehicle advice on that one, I kind of mention that particular one. In a sense, for that, whatever. Yeah, I wanted to see if for the community series, I might have heard it might not be like a new race for some reason. Some reason. Yeah, autos have check marks already, it looks like, so I don't think so. Do not think so. Looks like there is a new deathmatch one or something, I think I heard. No, I think I heard though. For the Grindhouse Bowling 3 by Smurfin USA? Apparently. Which, yeah, is a team deathmatch one. It's like the fourth one on that list, actually. Alright, yeah. Looks like those are more permanently available in the game, like I expected, like the other mission creator contents. I noticed. It's cool if I ever do want to try to play them at some point. It looks like another event, like 3 in a row or something, with no syllable content, which is kind of nice. And I don't think I've ever got this much of a break from like community series stuff actually like ever since it like started or something. So like 3 weeks of not having like any solo content, I'm definitely pretty okay with. So I get like a break from that kind of thing. Basically, even though it might have been nice to play the missions, for example, even if I had to get like another player or something. But no, I just don't care to play with another player. I just really don't. Because I have to go into like public lobby to matchmake since the game doesn't feel like the matchmake anymore. And by only is I find the longest time ever anymore. So it's like shortly after the PS5 version came out, I'm pretty sure I found. Oh, and also it does sound like that new one is only available on PlayStation 5, especially since it has PC enhanced to newer platforms only. That's apparently only available on the newer systems. Or again, like platforms. It sounds like that's going for 2 weeks. It sounds like they're not renewing it for like another week. Seems all that will be available for both weeks. Unlike, say, the last 2 weeks event where there was a mission or something for the second week or whatever. Or like times like switched from one mission to the other one or something. Also, there is apparently a weekend event for week 2, apparently, for maybe even kind of like a slight, small, like long weekend kind of event. But I want to cover that if I have time for later. Well, I'll make sure I cover like all the current stuff. Prioritize that basically. Again, to some of the final stretch stuff here. Looks like here. It's a cool though. So yeah, FIB party file for the event. There's probably the black box file being $310,000. Now again, I believe if you have plus subscription, you'll get a fervor 2 times for like something like 620,000. I don't think it goes to like 1.2-ish or anything like that, like it has for a couple general events. I don't think like the 2 and 2 turn to like 4 times. I think it's like the 2 times and then another 2 times. So like again, 100 like 300 and like 300 like 600 or something. From my understanding, if you have the plus event, like month basically, it's basically. Yeah, Black Box unfortunately is kind of one of the worst ones in a sense. In my opinion, it is the worst one because I really like stealth missions, so I do have a bias for liking the brute force over the Black Box. This Black Box, you have like amphibiousness and stuff, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I'm more of a like land, like air person, not as much of a sea person, at least in this game. Like GTA 6 VFI, I feel sea could be a lot more interesting. Or something. Like, I'm not even planning on getting that shit when it's just fucking code in the fucking box, basically. And yeah, obviously all these other ones should be like 300k if you're on like a plus event. But yeah, at least for the plus event, like it will be good because you can do constant like fine art as well as like the project like breakaway or whatever, the bottom like 2, which are the better 2 to go back to back on. So if you are actually on the event, you can actually grind like those bottom 2 back to back, which is very, very good. Like easy stuff to grind, 20-30 minutes each one basically. You can basically get both of them constantly like an hour and rinse and repeat if you absolutely wanted to or something. For several hundred thousand an hour, like 600k or something pretty easily or something like each hour or something. I'm not saying it's working a subscription, but like it does have some nice money making stuff on occasion. On occasion. Million. Alright, so over to the salvage yard up next then. After 2 weeks of claimable vehicles before, I don't expect there will be a claimable this week or the next week. Yeah, going to gas. That's good still good. Awesome. Okay, nice. I wasn't see it there. I got charged to less. Awesome. That's awesome.
What's up? See you around.
I was finding it weird. This one was like after Sanders, mercenaries were to say what you needed to see and stuff for your computer and stuff, but whatever. It's pretty inconsistent across the game. To be fair, I feel.
Hi.
Alright, so Urmax Sentinel Classic, car, whatever, 4 in the Tripodi C type. Apparently, it's like standard mid top range, basically. Yeah. And yeah, Saturday is expected after 2 weeks in a row of claimables. They didn't do one this week and probably one next week either. So over to GT Series videos post. Again, I guess been selling stuff, so I have to get back on it though. Apparently though. Oh, and also for those wondering, the Kortz Center Heist primary targets are Gone to Seed, Chat on Fruit, and Juiced, apparently. Apparently, whatever those mean. Don't know if they're new or not, but whatever. They weren't really promoted too much on the news wire though, so they might not even be new ones. It might just be a different notation now or something. I don't exactly 100% know how that works anymore, but still no. The game's probably been like data mined or something or whatever to see what every single primary is and if they've all been out before and if in anyways for all I know. Yeah, salvage yard robberies though. Apparently for Remote Sentinel class from Teams at Heist DLC, which I think is based on GTA 3's Sentinel, or the classic version of the Sentinel. Fun fact though. Apparently that one's for the Duggan robbery, which is not to be confused with the Podium robbery. I think Duggan's obviously on the like, casino. Like, Duggan robbery is the one at the arena, basically. But yeah, Duggan robbery for the arena one has the remarks in the class of Star Round, which actually is technically in the sports class, I believe. for whatever reason, whatever reason. With max sale value $262,000 and then salvage value $209,600. And then, yeah, it was obviously the standard range vehicle. Be a mid-range vehicle for this event here is a Vapid car 4x4 of the Thanksgiving Resort DLC. And again, the original car was actually just 696 with a gun on it. Like I was basically suggesting earlier, just the one that can't resort with the 4 wheels instead. It's 4x4. And it's actually technically the more normal one. It's apparently part of the King Bingo robbery, the one at the police station. Like Mission Road Police Station. And it's off-road class. Max sale value $264,000 and salvage value $211,200. Finally, the top range vehicle is the Audi Z-Type. It's actually a 2013 launch day vehicle. For that one in the Sports Classics class. Which, fun fact, is actually $10 million actually in story mode. It's like $950K, I believe, for online. Interestingly. But apparently it's part of the podium robbery, the actual casino robbery. For the Tripati Z-Type there. And again, that is the top range vehicle. And it has the max sale value for $40,000 as well as salvage value of it looks like exactly $272,000 by the dot. Interestingly. And yeah, I don't know what the van plates would be on these, but it doesn't really matter since you cannot claim them anyway. So.
Hey.
Alright, so now it's basically the discount section here. And an HSW town trial, basically. Apparently got $2,000 for your whatever your bank. So it looks like there is a property discount here for the general event. And it looks like it is the hands-on car wash, 40% off. Apparently for the one property discount for the event. This is kind of another one where you actually cannot see the pricing of it once you buy it, at least for the stock thing. But it has tin, which I don't think the tin ever goes on sale. It's practically nothing anyways. Change the tin. So yeah, I'll still be 10,000. Whatever the stock price is for the hands-on car wash is actually 40% off. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure I actually gave this property entirely for free before, like in one of the early events for like Thousand Hills, like the previous updates. Like, I don't think it really overly matters too much. You're not necessarily getting a good deal when this has been available for free before, so just get it if you have the money for it, basically. There is a save income that I think is actually kind of on the better side if you're willing to like do like a mission to like remove the heat. If you don't do missions to remove the heat, then it's not necessarily going to be when you get much passive income out of. But if you are willing to do those missions, then you could actually have a pretty good save out of it then. Yeah, money. Yes, the money laundering missions is. I think those missions pay like 40k or something. They've done like 4 times events, maybe even on those before, for like something like crazy like 160k. There's a duffel bag that holds like $1 million. You can take money out of too. So like, if there's a duffel bag with like a $1 million value, the money amounts can actually get kind of high, especially on like 4 times money events or like any kind of money event, really though. So I think that gimmick mechanic with the duffel bag goes to show this is able to be a pretty nice money opportunity you can get out of it for sure with those money laundering missions. Mr. Favor works on the other hand, I don't really feel are all that crazy to do aside for just your first times to go into separate lobbies and they're basically like contact mission payouts. And I don't think Odo's exactly going 2 times that frequently or anything. But money laundering missions are definitely the only real good mission type, because obviously then you have, like, besides for the 2 things I mentioned already, you have the legal work as well. Like actually washing the cars, hell the tour, like sightseeing. Smoke on the water one, that was really good actually for removing heat after doing like 1 delivery. Yes. Was good for actually removing heat by doing like 1 delivery, blowing up the van, but they patched down to Carlton Hills, so like, you can like exploit it anymore. But the legal work obviously pays peanuts, so it's really just a way to get the heat off the businesses. So you can continue to get like the hands-on car wash and passive income or whatever. Hey, on to vehicle discounts. Looks like none for the arena from what I can tell. Kinda willing to bet same for Benny's as well, especially with all the conversion discounts that went on the last couple weeks. Indeed, that very much seems to be the case. Probably not even the latest Super. Yeah, no 2 liters indeed. Looks like a legendary would be the first. So that definitely is something. Well, and he actually be like free discounts. Actually, I haven't covered like at all. Actually, at all. Actually. 2 hot rings, I think, in like a boat. I think. Yeah, basically. For vehicle discounts. There actually might not even be any new ones to cover on Legendary. Hotrings might all be basically on Sovereign. So it might be Sovereign and Warstock actually. See, it's one of like the weaponized boats, basically. Apparently, the weaponized dinghy like 30% discount here on trade price. I believe there is a trade price for this yet. Believe so. And yes, variation dinghy that's available at like Caraprigo Heist, like at Caraprigo for Heist. So if there very much is a trade price, which I believe there is, it'll be something tied to the Caraprigo Heist. The thing is, I don't think it's even a getaway vehicle, so I'm not actually remembering what the trade price necessarily would be for this one, if there in fact even is one for this particular vehicle. But yeah, for weapon capabilities, has a gun that requires like a second player to fully maximize, which I'm not really fond of. I didn't GTA 3 Liberty City stores at least have like the police boat with like actual guns on it that you could actually pilot on your own and use even at the same time. Like, how come no attack boat for the little bit of them that it did in online actually was as efficient as like ones from like 3D universe, like the rare ones that you like actually shoot. You know, like the Liberty City games, I think 3D universe was ones with guns, or like the police boat and that game had like guns for free in Liberty City stores, whatever. I feel this thing should have like mounted like front mounted machine guns on this thing as well, at least in addition to this, and it would have been like at least alright bit better. But whatever though. Missed opportunity, of course, for sure though. But I believe it's Pegasus, so you might as well get it if you want, because like there's no storage limit on Pegasus vehicles. As long as you can buy it, you can basically get it. Alright, I was on the spreadsheet, so I'll have to reload that too. Apparently there's something. What did he do? Yeah, boats, counts, extra classes. I don't think there's a letter tier for it. But yeah, performance-wise, by the way, weaponized dinghy. Weaponized dinghy. Yes. Apparently it's actually the worst performing dinghy, but just a little bit or something. Besides for to see the facets of them and 4C. Weaponized one is apparently 6th place, so lap time is old 4th place top speed. There's 19 boats in the game apparently, so the performance fine enough, I guess, for the boats. But it is again worst performing of the dinghies. But also most useful of the dinghy since you have like a mounted weapon you can use. There's not really that much water content in the game though, so like honestly even with a gun, and especially with the fact you may never quite maximize on it, I don't really think it's that good. Like really though. Like at least if I had like mounted like I got the machine guns on it or whatever as well for pilot use, it would at least be at least passable on the smallest smidge. So whatever though. Whatever. I mean, I think the two other Hotrings are both going to be on Southern Sanders Dorados. Not popular as you see. I already talked about an Edo around discount, basically, that aren't the ones I'm basically talking about, so if I don't talk about it, that's just why. So going website order, obviously I'm going to be talking about the most recent one. There's about a Hotring Hellfire. I kind of mentioned a little bit about it earlier. But no lock-on jammer for this vehicle. CSC. For ones I talked about earlier, I don't really care to go for the website, just see if that's a lock-on jammer again or something, or whatever. So you can do it on core or something. Yeah, if it has a trade price, it'd be something tied to Hotring races or something, so yeah, that would be anything to do with like any possible trade pricing. It's like 700 to like 24-ish thousand or something off. It looks like exactly basically. On possible trade price again. So I kind of think I mentioned it a bit earlier for like the lap times. It's just one placement above like the Saber. I don't actually think I mentioned this one for top speed in particular though. I don't know. I guess technically slightly better in the Saber for a lap time, just one placement better at 87, so that would be in yes, it is technically a single placement better than the Saber for lap time, so being 87 for the Hotring Hellfire, for the 88 for the Hotring Saber. But again, I think with the flapping or whatever I was talking about on like the top of the vehicle, you have to like break in like a super specific way to even maximize on its lap time on this particular vehicle with like some of the gimmicks it has basically. So like most times you probably aren't even want to be maximizing to get that better lap time over the Hotring Saber unless you're like the best person at controlling it somehow. So overall, the Saber might actually be better for a lap time, ironically. But it is like the 30th place for top speed, except 39th, like the Saber is. Probably it's just WCB this is like 24th place, it looks like, in for top speed. Which is definitely nowhere near the worst, but it's also not all that great either. But it might be the worst vehicle for the Hotring races just because its gimmick is like so hard to master with the flaps, like determining its really good lap time. So it's probably either between the Saber, the Everon, honestly, quite frankly, for most cases. Yeah, it's 40% off, of course, on this one. Funny though. Hotring Everon, apparently some $30,500 to $438,300. Was it always this cheap? Was it always this cheap, or did the price go down when they did like price adjusting like last DLC in the tribute or something? I forget honestly. It might possibly be on a trade price, depending if there is a trade price for it. That's something with the Hotring races. I'm not sure though. Not sure though. It's apparently a J tier for Hotring Everon, apparently for sports. According to everyone, 152's available spreadsheet, recently what you turn on. Yes, yeah, scoring Broken 152, racing YouTuber GT Online, these stupid fucking ass probably racing arena. Come on, man, come on, man. It's apparently JT or 91st place lap time, worst one of them all for lap time, and also 25th place for top speed. Again, top speed being a better metric of that one in particular usually is a bad thing, but apparently from what I do hear, apparently the top speed is actually more important on the Rocks created Hotring races at least, so it actually might end up being the better Hotring vehicles for that reason. Because apparently with like the way the stunt tracks are or something, maybe there's like a lot more straight ones than there are like turn ones on this type of races where rocks are created. Basically though. But I talked about that already, the quick wagon. Yeah, that free one I already spoke of on the main me at the start around there, basically. Yeah, I spoke of Mammoth, Patriot Mill spec, Simeon's. I was like, I'll just get larger selling interest on new ones, but right, probably ones they brought back. Right now, right now. Yeah, it looks like those should have been the only free vehicles I didn't already cover, apparently. So what was that, like 11 vehicle discounts, or like... Maybe? Well, actually 12 apparently, yeah. But Hot Rings, don't forget any of those were in the dealerships. Oh, and then the Dinky, right. Yes. So yeah, there's 4 and 8 in dealerships, yeah, make 12. Make 12. So I got gun vans to talk about basically, and then yeah, basically I have gun van to talk about, and then I just want to do the like HSW time trial, probably even just the HSW time trial first, get that out the way. So I much prefer to do that over the gun van discussion stuff. And then I can basically be done with the stream unless I want to go over to any week 2 stuff before I have to do that next time. Or something at least. Which maybe I'll do, but it's also like be in the morning, so I don't know if I'll leave her. Again, if I get like all that done, you know, much to cover next week then, which could be great if that has, so I can have easier time next time. Just get the bolt done this time. No, so my HSW faraway SPs are telling me certainly, which probably I didn't mention this time. Yes. So I'm on the HSW faraway SP because when Nishi came out and
What you need, boss? Some
they didn't
wheels? I can bring them
sabotage.
round.
Yeah, you could get it early for the career progression. I think something like that, like broke the part time or something, and money funds update after they had to like fix the part time. That's why I'm using that particular vehicle. That's why I'm using that particular vehicle because I basically had to. Because besides for a rerun of the Fireboy SP, I basically had no other option to use unless I wanted to go like a week without even using something, which wasn't going to be doing. So I basically have used every vehicle until like these new ones came out in this update.
I'll bring it by.
For 8 weeks, basically, or whatever, for like all the HSW controls in the game. So instead of having it used on zeroed out runs initially, now I get to actually use it for actual proper runs, which is nice. Which is nice. Even though I didn't really want to, it just kind of had no choice, basically, because I basically used everything before. Everything that's lined up that perfectly or something in the game somehow at this point. According to my notepad and all that. Huh. 4 minute 30-second. 4 minute and 37-second part time. I mean. I'll tend to wish I very much. I hope silent whatever. Oh, I did it wrong, my bad. Marked the yellow, which I said not to do. Of course, File's body for soccer fucked me up there, of course. There. Now I got it right on there now. Pretty much. God, come on, man. Just park the vehicles and things anymore, man. Just swearing. God, what the hell, and I parked it. I don't break as long as parked vehicles and shit, I swear. Night and all that shit, man. Wow, I'll tell you, of course. Just fucking this game. good on this so far. I think I'll do that route since so that's a super alternate route though. Much better than the actual route that I was doing initially. But it's fucking fine smart now, I'm sure. Fucking sure though. So I don't usually do that mistake like I did. Usually there. Usually there. Oh, here's the coming in apparently. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Oh, it should be in the bag at this point. I was almost going to crash into that rock and it's red, come on. Of course, my vehicle kept hitting pins and getting broken. Headlight, you know what I have? Whatever. This one's super easy with the huge alternate route anyways, Alright, $254,000 more to $5,724,049. Cool. I found the gun bin along the highway here. What the fuck, man? I was spinning out some foliage and shit. Something just could be 5%. Shit, oh shit, man. I'll get to it, I guess. Something can have to be here, I guess, for Saturday here. Whatever. I got my somebody's on my way yet, so like, whatever. I'll just do the gun van inventory now, I guess.
No one followed you, right?
That one's brand new. Just hit the market. That's, black market only. Mm-hmm.
That's apparently the shocker's available right now. Which is usually how wind-themed weapon is usually only available during, like,
easy to clean.
certain, like, random event or something of, like, a UFO, like the bunker, all that kind of stuff, like abduction stuff. Kind of random event kind of thing in a way or something during the Halloween time period. But it's basically like a melee version of just stun gun, which is cool.
Land a blow with that? Good night.
One of the more feature-rich, like, melee weapons, I always like the stone hatchets, so for sure it's like one of the better melee weapons of the game. Definitely a nice one to pick up for sure. It's pretty limited availability. So, very much pick this up if you still need to buy this one.
Doing a bit of long-range work, are we?
Our precision rifle is apparently up next. Which is basically a sniper rifle with no attachments for like the Mark 1 sniper from like day one of the game. That's also kind of like the holographic site, like Marksman
Now that
2.
is a precision instrument.
Which sadly isn't actually that good of a combo, unfortunately. Because it's actually one having a gun locker. But same ammo type, you know, like I mentioned earlier, with like something to do with like Talgan, like cowed. Front launch machine guns aren't necessarily too useful, but like I still like them personally. Like I was saying,
All my
but
snipers
like
come
vehicle machine
pre-calibrated.
guns, I mean. Yeah, very disappointing sniper rifle. In fact, the last one that was ever added to the game, basically. With no attachments whatsoever. Just kind of shows how bad it is. And yet, the name doesn't lie, it's good for precision, but
Doing a
like,
bit of long range work,
if you're on a
are we?
assisted aim, pretty much anything is precision. Even like a pistol or something is precision with assisted aim, so it's not really a good benefit on that one. So might as well just collect it for the like weapon inventory or the weapon collection, if anything. If you have like a lot of money to spend, but otherwise just probably waste time on that one.
Now that is a precision instrument.
Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
Yeah, and the railgun here. I want to show the weapon basically, because it's pretty easy to tell on that
Find me
one.
again soon.
Oh, okay, the bird somehow, that would be sick. But nah, probably not, because of the like, just shot and everything. I mean, it would have been possible if I knew how to lead it better. Yeah. But his body burst Hotring would have fucked me up though. Either way, I'm sure probably very much did. Huh. So when you shoot like a couple rounds of that, like if you go over here, it wants you to spend like 2,000, like 100. Instead, if you go like CO, where you can use like just mere Weber like ammo box, but it's like a lot less like efficient. So you have to wait for it to drop from like a helicopter or like whatever. Just do that basically. Instead of like spending like that much money or like so much more depending on like how much you shot for the railgun already, just drop the ammo. I think you are required to hold the railgun in particular. You won't get the ammo for the railgun, but yeah. For some reason, some oversight or like something. Because I think it's technically been the ammo type since 2014 and online or something. Or just had like code from it somehow or something. It's like, go from 0 to 20, even you can just fill it up for $1,000. Really cheap explosive ammo makes it a very good heavy weapon despite all the single player down the line like nerfs it got to actually be a owned weapon for online after so many years of it not being in online. That alone makes it super valuable. The amount of crazy use you can get with that strap there.
Hey there. Make it quick.
That's the very latest.
And the Widowmaker. It's basically just another version of the minigun. Like max ammo because like
Now that right there will make. Now that right there will make an impression.
confused or something, like give you like your ammo back each time you're in like a new lobby or something. So you can basically get infinite ammo for one of the miniguns, like put the other one with full ammo and like the gun locker basically, is what I'm saying basically. It's basically. Which I do with the Widowmaker on hand, and still like the might not be the greatest for combat purposes in a way.
You know the deal.
But it's obviously a pretty destructive bullet weapon, good for like close mid-range, but probably not too well for long range though. Like it's hard to like hit things and stuff at long range.
That was only released a little while ago.
Only sold by yours truly.
And yeah, up an atomizer. Ray gun weapon.
You were never here. I was never here.
A ray gun weapon, I can push vehicles and all that kind of stuff. Like, whatever, basically. Whatever. Yeah, it can ragdoll vehicles. I mean, yeah, I'm more meant to say ragdoll, essentially. Which is very useful for business sale, like, vehicles. If they get, like, stuck or something for, like, business sale vehicles, you can get, like, fired up again and, like, try to, like, get it to where you need to go. Much more efficient to use that than, like, the Phantom Witch or, like, Rainbow, like, you used to have to do back in, like, 2016, like, 17, and most of 2018 until it finally came out, like, winter 2018 or, like, 2019, whenever it officially came out, even if it's repeated, whatever. Yeah, very useful for business sales, so, like, if your vehicle gets stuck, you can, like, get it unstuck. Very important to have this. Very, very important to have an atomizer. I would definitely say for that. And it's on to discount ones. I mean, there's only two I didn't mention yet, and there's reasons for that, of course, like usual. Like usual.
Hey. Alright, go.
We had a battle rifle is apparently half off.
And
For a general discount.
classic.
And by the way, it's actually not a plus exclusive discount, so this time. So it's half off for all players for battle rifle.
That's new stock. Fresh out of the box.
So honestly, when you look at the battle rifle for the most part, even if you have like the extended clip, you might think of it as like a complete joke or something. It kind of in a way is. So it literally is the same ammo as like most assault rifles do, even without an extended clip. But there is actually something very interesting with the weapon. Oh, it's a tag thing. Okay, interesting for those tags. See. Spray paint somewhere, apparently, but I don't really care, honestly. But anyways, back to the battle rifle. Distraction, the vibration of the controller and stuff. Or the said distraction. We had a battle rifle. I think it's the only assault rifle in the game that's capable of 2-bird, 1-stone headshots for stealth missions. Yes, that's right. That's actually something that can do, actually. Usually reserved for like a sniper rifle. They can do 2-bird, 1-stone headshots, even as an assault rifle. Which kind of makes up for the lack of bullets, like ammo and like a clip or something. That definitely makes up for it. Makes it basically the best assault rifle for stealth missions. And since you can actually lock on with an assault rifle much easier than like sniper rifles and stuff, where you mostly have to re-aim it and stuff, to where you might not be able to use it in all circumstances, as efficient as like other things, then yeah. Yes and yes. That's the real, like, true one thing that this weapon really does. Like, actually good. While the rest of it's basically trash, basically. And it seemed like it was apparent on only Hotring for, like, the last one. Which, yeah, apparently is a free weapon. So right now, apparently, Gunman, you can get this weapon entirely for free. It's basically a reskin of the Combat MG. I was about to say Mark II. It's actually Mark I. It's a reskin of it, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, given that you have the Combat MG Mark II, you can basically get effectively another Mark I Combat MG with one of this laser weapon. Like the one real downside is already like regular one is also you have to let tracers are a really easy spot, especially at nighttime. But having like basically another Mark I Combat MG in a sense when you basically have to fully replace it with the Mark II if you want the Mark II. It's very good. I assume you can also do the same like first person strat where it shoots perfectly straight basically with like no recoil. I think is something people do. For those that don't know, if you shoot in first person, apparently there's like no recoil. It shoots like completely straight. From what I hear, from what I hear. So yeah, it's very deadly, especially in first person, if you use it right. So that's basically the only opener right there. And yes, it's also a laser weapon compared to the regular one. There's no reload on it either, which actually might, in some ways, even make it even more insane than a regular KMG or even Mark II in certain cases even. So you can basically just infinitely shoot straight up no recoil, which I believe has that same gimmick too. Sure.
No one followed you, right?
Otherwise, for throwables, tear gas. It's good for clearing rooms, basically interiors in the game.
Primers included.
Obviously pretty good. Molotovs are gun van exclusive for retail where you actually cannot buy those anywhere else. It actually reminds me.
That one's brand new. Just hit the market.
Yeah, I think this one actually is gun van exclusive. It came out like 2023 or something, I think. Chop Shop or whatever.
Can't be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
Yeah, again, besides for the random thing like UFO stuff I was mentioning, it is actually gun van exclusive. This one was actually before gun van, like the update before Chrono Prize DLC, so definitely in the ammunition.
That's the very latest.
Yeah, this one's gun van exclusive. I think the alien weapons eventually became gun van exclusive.
That's black market only. Mm-hmm.
Yes, gun van weapon, like the alien weapons eventually became gun van exclusive. When I think they used to be like the agency, possibly only when that came out, and like ammunition when it initially came out.
Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
So actually, all gun van exclusives, I think, for the primary weapons, aside for the precision rifle, I want to say, nowadays. But it wasn't always the case, at least for the alien weapons. Like, aside for the shocker, obviously. Obviously. And if you consider railguns and all alien
Gotta have a
weapons, that was
handgun you
always
can
gun van
trust,
exclusive
right?
as well. So again, tear gas, good for clearing rooms, like, good for clearing out interiors.
You want to make a bang? That'll do it.
And Molotov again is gun van exclusive for retailers. Cannot buy these. You cannot buy those ammunition apparently. It's just weapon pickups and like free mode aside for buying from like gun van or like certain services from like contacts or like something.
Goes off guaranteed every time.
Yeah, stick bomb is a very good utility throwable. Good for pulling up armored truck doors for the armored truck like free mode event, even if it's not as good as one from back in Sunshine from like the 360 PS3 days. When they did bring back that, it still gives a use for the stick bombs at least, uniquely. Otherwise, you can always phone up whenever you want to hop on the D-pad, like at any time even if it's not for like armored truck or something. And then yeah, there's body armor, of course, like
Just
usual.
so you know, I don't like staying in one spot for too long.
And that completes all of week 1. And that completes all of week 1. If I have time, I'll go for week 2, but I gotta do maybe something for a couple minutes first. So, hold on. Hold on. Alright, that may have somehow ended up being more than a couple minutes for all I know. For all I know. Apparently. Stream very much seems to be working pretty fine though, arguably though. So, I did basically talk about everything for week 1. Now I want to talk about week 2. Now, since a lot of money opportunities seem to overlap, there's actually not necessarily too much extra in a sense compared to like the last 2 weeks event were like, even I think the money opportunities changed I think from week 2 of the last event. Not as much of the case here though, but there is a couple things. However though, in that spectrum regardless though. Alright, so the week 2 weekly challenge, apparently. Week 2 weekly challenge, by the way, apparently. You have to win 3 races, apparently, between August 20th to the 26th. Apparently, instead of the 3 business battles, it's 3 races instead. For the second weekly challenge, you look at the Princess Racing tracksuit. Along with the 250k like you do this week. So I guess you get impotent rage, something impotent rage like this week, and then like second weeks. So again, the free race thing is for this thing here, but for the week 2, that was what I was basically saying. Would say the race one is definitely easier since that one you only need like 2 players for to win against other players essentially. Or like one other player at least, obviously, and you could also exchange points for a friend or something like I mention all the time for like prize rides or something basically. Or when it's like a top 2 or something. Or whatever, I mean, whatever. And literally the only other money thing seems to be for the week 2, but it's only 3 days apparently as well, interestingly, for like kind of a long weekend kind of thing in the slightest. And that is apparently August 21st, August 23rd in particular, where they're actually doing a very unprecedented 5 times rewards on VIP work. Yes, you've heard that right, basically. So it's like a weekend bonus kind of thing specifically, but again, it's kind of like a long weekend thing. It's actually from Friday to Sunday, it looks like. I think this week 2 starts on the 20th, and then like the 2nd day for like the 4th day. 21st, 23rd is the time frame, of course. Of course, though. Loki, I cannot remember if they've ever done 5 times VIP work, but that's pretty insane regardless, so definitely take advantage of that for sure. It's a very good money opportunity. So Cloud, that's 30k, right? I believe so normally. So I believe that's 150k, it's a 1 hour cooldown. So I think you only do it like once per hour. You basically get a free spots, I'm pretty sure, to destroy like supply crates with the wedge. It takes like 5-10 minutes, I feel, at most. It's not all that bad for like 150k on like 5 times, massive 5 times. Also, fully loaded, by the way, I think it's 20k, I believe. Yeah, this one's not really that good. But if you're ever going to play on 5 times, or you can at least get 6-digit payout of 100k, I would say for sure. I would say for sure. Or hell, if you're not going to play for the money, at least play for like using it as like a creep or anti-creep tool. Or really, I meant anti-creep tool first, and then maybe even use it as a creep tool if you want, I guess. Could be kind of funny if you use it as a group tool or something instead of like actually making money with it. Despite there being like 5 times and all that stuff. And a public lobby, all that kind of stuff. Davis Salt, I don't actually know if I've ever played it before, given it has a star on there. But like, it's the one for the Technical Aqua. Technical Aqua is a slow vehicle, especially on water. It's pretty slow. It's a truck that can go on water, basically, with like huge barrels on the side. Yeah, I don't necessarily know most of what this one's about, or like what the pay is like, or like cooldown. Oh, and I forgot to mention that this one's a 1 hour cooldown, obviously, because like you can very much exploit that one as a grief tool, so it makes sense to have that one. you can very much exploit this one as a grief tool instead of actually using it for money making. So it makes sense. This one's a 1 hour cooldown. Plow, I don't understand as much why that one's 1 hour, but whatever, no. Whatever, no. The Infamous Doll, I don't really know what it's like per se, since it seems I've never really played it. Also, like, I don't really know what the cooldown for that reason. I don't know, it's like, of course, so therefore I also don't know what the payout's like. Obviously, unfortunately on that, but yeah. I cannot imagine it's actually all that good. Like, even if the cooldown's like a half hour or something, which means like the least those vehicle ones kind of go for, like, I just don't see this one being that good. That's why I've just never done it. So I don't think, like, unless then if I like randomly want to stand in and do it, man, which I should just really do one day, like, I don't really, like, know if anybody would really be that interested in playing that one. Whatever, though. Whatever, though. Anyways, the fourth one here is Transporter, which I think is either half hour or 45-minute cooldown. I think half hour probably. I think it might be like the quickest cooldown of the vehicle ones. If say like other ones are 45 minutes, or like other ones might just be half hour. And it might not even be like a 45-minute one for a vehicle one here. Forget though. But yeah, if I remember right, this one on it 2 times is like 40, 45 or something. So I want to say it pays like 22, 25-ish K or something. So you might be able to get like around 120-ish, like 30-ish maybe? Maybe. I want to say it. On the massive, insane, like impressive, said like 5 times money that would be going on for 3 days. Like, I don't think it's the most efficient one to be grinding, quite frankly. Like, it's a quick one with like a shorter cooldown, but like, doesn't necessarily make it that good. Yeah, I want to use the Wasteland Transport Vehicle drop application. Oh, and yeah, by the way, it is worth noting to actually own the vehicles to vote for these ones. Keep in mind, keep in mind. And then Fortified next year, where you have to own the armored box bill, and then you have to survive until the time runs out. This one's either 30-minute or 45-minute cooldown on it too, pretty sure. However, this one you have to be forced to wait, like... But yes, so... The armored boxer one again, I think it's pretty or 45-minute cooldown, 1 to 2, and 1 to 2 though. And yeah, you're basically forced to wait 10 minutes. You're basically forced to do a 10-minute VIP work with that like 30, 45-minute cooldown, whatever. So effectively you'll have a 45-minute cooldown, or even if it's 30 minutes, I mean, you'll have like a 40-minute cooldown, I mean. Yes, so. So having like a forced 10-minute theme that basically makes a 30-minute cooldown, like a 40-minute in a sense, yeah, might not be as good as you would think. I believe it also pays like 35K, So times 5, that's basically, because 4 would be 140,000. I think it would be like 175k basically each one you do, which is actually pretty insane. Pretty insane. You could probably get like 350-ish to like almost like 550-ish thousand or something, like 525,000 maybe all somehow in like an hour time frame. Assuming you're like right on top of the cooldowns or something. It's pretty decent money for Fortified actually. And the strat is you want to basically go underground for this one. If you go underground, you don't really have AI enemies that can attack you then. The only issue would be like a player if you're in like a public lobby or something. But you should be doing like VIP work in invite-only lobbies anyways if you're actually truly trying to make money and not just goofing around like remote or something. Because even if you go under, even yes, if you go underground, if you're against like a high IQ, intelligent, like quotient player, they can surely like find you underground if they're smart enough. So I just wouldn't even risk it. I would just do it invite only. But if you do have to do it in public lobby, definitely take it underground, like for sure though. And then Velocity is kind of similar to Fortified, where I think it has 35k payout and that kind of stuff. And this one is, if you are playing solo, is also forced to be like 10 minutes. So I think it has like a half hour, 45 minute cooldown again. But yeah, this one, if you play solo, you are also still forced to wait 10 minutes. Or like play it for 10 minutes, I mean. From my understanding of this particular one, compared to Fortified, there is actually a way to lower the cooldown. At least from what I've heard from like a YouTuber. I've never played with other people, I think I've only ever played it solo, but apparently if you do play with other people, there's like air checkpoints you can collect to lower the time from what I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but apparently that's the case. So you can actually tell me to reduce the time even further on this particular one, which might actually make it outbeat Fortified, and you're basically getting the same exact payout, basically. And yeah, you're basically just going to have like a slight tad less weight. Yeah, this is a rocket voltic one. Kind of plays like the hunting pack kind of mode, I believe, where you have to like, it's like the vehicles aren't like a bomb, and you have to basically be within like set speeds only or something. Like if you go too slow, it's going to basically like blow up basically at a certain amount of time. If being too slow for like too long or something. Which, by the way, the strat for that one, pretty much the strategy for it, I would say. I like to start at the like casino area, like by the parking lot, or like a little after or something. Go on like the highway. Only boost when you have to boost. Do not boost all the time. That's just going to be a waste, and you have to go for more map, which will not be fun, and that will result in more possibility of like crashing into a vehicle for too long, blowing up automatically. But yeah, on the like highway and all that, again, only boost if you absolutely have to boost to get your speed back up. It's like about to blow up or like something, maybe even. To me, if you're in the red at all, just boost maybe. But again, just don't boost. Just refuse to boost as much as you can. Doing the whole strat, you'll eventually, from my experience, it will basically be going through like so much of the highway, like almost the whole entire highway. Oh, Dr. Dre, Dr. Fuck has Street Art Strikes Back, apparently, but not again. I seriously like Dr. Dre's music. I think it's pretty fine. I think it's pretty fine, at least. Alright, but yeah. Anyways, again, like, do not boost unless you absolutely have to boost. Start around like the casino area or like ideally by like the parking lot, the furthest back point, I would say. Or possibly like here, just start or something. Or wherever like the vehicle spawns, like just try to have the vehicle spawn as close to there as you can, basically. Basically. Like, you might not want to be like right at the casino, because then it might spawn it like further away, but just be like around it or something like elsewhere, like something like here, like maybe this park here, this area maybe. Not sure though, not sure though. But I think if you're like too close to the spawn, it might not spawn it there, so just be careful, like aware with that, basically. So yeah, I would say at worst, wherever the vehicle spawns, or like here or something, you know, like the furthest back point. And yeah, just get on the highway, do not boost unless you have to keep the vehicle alive. If it dips into the red at all, if you like hit a vehicle or something that gets in your way or something. Of course, on that way, you'll have to navigate like around the traffic as much as you can with keeping the speed of the vehicle, of course. Again, you'll be going on like along the highway, and yeah, here, yes, Fox, body. Yeah, fuck you, though. So again, unfortunately, it's not going to be 10 minutes here, so don't get off the highway. You want to keep going on the highway stuff. So obviously go in where it gets darker on the map here, with the tunnels. You have to keep going all straight and all that kind of stuff here. Continuing. Here I'll be going straight. We're gonna get as straight as possible to like this point here. And it's when you get to this bridge, if you do everything right, I think around the bridge is where I found like is where things basically end if you do it right within the 10-minute mark. With as a little boosting as possible and that kind of stuff, keeping the vehicle alive. It's basically the way to do it, I find. So if you do everything right, that's how it should basically go. I feel like in the middle of that bridge, basically with like the red beams and stuff, that's basically where it kind of ends. Or like pretty much after the bridge or something there. Without having to like go around the airport and stuff if you do it all right, basically. Yeah, that's definitely the strategy, I would say. And again, you might not even have to do all that if you're playing with like associates as well. Apparently there's like air checkpoints you can collect from whatever. And I cannot verify myself. I've never played with like associates myself. I've only ever played it solo. But I cannot verify 100%, but I swear when I was watching YouTubers, they said you could put air checkpoints on this one with associates, which actually reduces the time. Unlike something with fortified, which you cannot do at all, apparently, for reducing the time. The velocity is basically slightly better than 4-5 if you have associates. It sounds like. So again, it's like that one, like 75k or something, because I think 4 times is 140 for the 35 initially. They're very similar, if not slightly better in Fortified. It may be in general, could be one of the better ones. Ramped up actually requires associates and organization. Just like this one. just like this one. And yes, though. This is the one you get for buying the ramp buggy, basically. This is the one you get for that. yes, fuck them. This is the one you get for buying the ramp buggy. For your kind of like import-export vehicle lists. Or like the special vehicles from that update. And I think when it came out, the intention was to ramp like motorcycles with like the ramp buggy onto like rooftops. But if you put some thought into like eventually vehicles came out that make it where you don't even have to do that at all, being the oppressors, Mark 1 and Mark 2, as well as the death bike in some degree as well, basically. So that was a single motorcycle in 2017, the Oppressor Mark 1 with the gun running DLC, as well as like Oppressor Mark 2 for After Hours DLC, and then the Arena War DLC with the like death bike. Those free motorcycles make it where you basically don't even have to like ramp a single vehicle with the ramp buggy for like a motorcycle onto like a rooftop. Instead, if you just use those very special motorcycles, you can just do it that way, basically. Like, you don't even have to use the ramp buggy at all, just sit in it, I think, because, like, if you don't, like, it might kind of, like, make the VIP work fail somehow, or something. So if somebody just sit in the ramp buggy, well, obviously somebody uses, like, the oppressors or, like, the death bike is the ideal way to do it. Don't even ramp up the motorcycles, that's inefficient. That was only really needed for, like, a couple updates or something before, like, the Mark 1 oppressor even came out. See, a couple of motorcycles that you could put cheese this one, which is pretty cool, which is pretty cool. I kind of forget the payout was on this one though, if it's like somehow like 40k at default somehow, I'm not really sure. 40k could have been like 2 times, it was beyond the levels of like transporter somehow. Which again, when I say 40k, I meant like 2 times, but rare 2 times then. Alright, and then yeah, stockpiling for the Blazer Aqua, apparently where you collect cargo crates on land and MC using Blazer Aqua. Blazer Aqua may be kind of quick in a sense for ATV and all kinds of stuff. But the fact you have to keep going back and forth between the land and sea, different like speeds, depending on if you're on land and sea, that doesn't sound exactly like it would go all that efficient for money making. Also, I don't really necessarily know what the payout is on this one, actually. I don't play this one that frequent at all. But I have a hard time believing this one's all that worth it. It's basically just a slightly quicker and amphibious assault in a way, it sounds like to me, given they're both aquatic like vehicles. With a certain objective tied to like aquaticness or something. And that's the import-export vehicle one, so pretty much of those ones have been plowed. Transporter, fortified, velocity, and ramped up are the 5 of the good vehicular ones. Fully loaded amphibious assault stockpiling are probably the weakest of the vehicular ones from Import-Export DLC. Okay, like pretty much the latest batch of the VIP works. And then Headhunter, and then yes, Headhunter VIP work. This one is actually one of the most efficient ones to do if you play it right. Because apparently it gets like 5-10 minute cooldown. I think it was like 20-25-ish K, I think, if I remember right, for regular money. So it's like 40-ish or 50-ish K, I think, on like double. So times 4 would basically be where it gets like 100K. And I think it probably gets to like 125K, basically, on a massive, insane, unprecedented, like 5 times money even. So ideally, it seems like it pays around like 125,000. And yeah, depending on the vehicle used, if you use something like a Savage attack helicopter or something with like really crazy high explosive power to destroy like the vehicles hella hard and quick and stuff in like a couple minutes time, then yeah, you get it done like a very, very quick fashion. Doing this back to back of like a certain other one I'll be mentioning is probably the best way to do it. In a sense. The air freight requires other people outside the organization. That one, if you use a cargo bob and you have to deliver like a container. Thing is, of that one though, the container actually can get damaged, I believe, and actually let you lose value. If there's ever time doing it, like doing it 5 times is definitely the most worthwhile time to do it. But it's like the one single VIP work where you actually can lose money, depending on like how the mission plays out. So like, yeah, I don't really think it's that good. Like the actual container the actual container is like the money value, which I think goes down when it gets shot, basically by like NPCs or something. That one's really not too good. Haulage up next apparently has the same requirement as air freight, right? I think it's tied to like trailers for like semi-trucks or something. So if you use the more interesting ones, like maybe like the MOCs and like the Phantom Bridge, or at least one of those, if like not all of them are able to have it in the pack with them or something. Using certain specific like semi-trucks to have more capability to them could make this one interesting in a way, so I could maybe see this one being a little interesting, possibly worth it. And if there is a bad one you ever wanted to play, like playing a horrible one and like 5 times is up in the time to do it, basically, first camp, person Kudo, LSIA, and yes, the Merryweather base. So you actually get to choose the location, which is cool. If I only pays like 17-ish to like 20-ish K on default money though, if I remember right though. See, somehow might not even make like 100K on 5 times on this for all I know, somehow. But you definitely can do this one. This one definitely can be kind of enjoyable, no doubt. And after that is asset recovery, where it's stealing vehicles from police station to deliver them to drop off. Literally, most likely you'll be taking quicker vehicles to get to said vehicles, and you're going to basically be delivering slower vehicles to a drop off, and what you basically were in the first place. Yeah, I just don't really see this one being that good. I think the pay might be around like hostile takeover as well or something, even. So it's really not that good of one to find. And then executive deathmatch. Naturally requires over VIPs in this session for like other like VIPs, obviously, seals, all that kind of stuff. But if you're doing a second deathmatch, you're pretty much just putting a target on your head. I just don't see why you would do this one for 5 times. But if you're ever going to do it 5 times for sure. For sure, though. Same arguably with search. But this one is still outside organization, not like other VIPs. This one's like a hide go seek basically, but you also have to like I think keep moving or like you're going to be like on people's radar or something. Again, it's like another one. You're basically just putting a target on your head if you like do this one. So like, just why would you? Like, if you're ever going to do it on 5 times, for sure. And then yes, Sightseer is actually the other really good one to do alongside Headhunter, which I think are the best two to basically be doing like back to back to make like the most efficient money like possible. And you have to first say, by the way, I don't really know the cooldown. It's pretty much far too hard. But I think Sightseer is another 5-minute cooldown like Headhunter, and this one pairs very well with like Headhunter. Where this one you're hacking a system to reveal packages like 3 times, basically. But yeah, if you're in a very quick like point A, point B vehicle for this one goes like really quick. You don't really need to use like something like a Savage or something for Sightseer. I think that's more just for a Headhunter. And yeah, I think it's never 20-25k, so same kind of pay I mentioned for Headhunter earlier, which was like basically like 125k for 5 times, basically. 5 times, basically. So what, doing back to back, you can literally make like 250k or something crazy like that, you know, like 10-15 minutes or something, not even joking if you did it right, I think. Like legit, if you do Headhunter Sightseer on like 5 times, you actually might be able to make like $1 million like an hour or something, not even joking, not even joking, it sounds like. And then piracy prevention, last but not least, requires players outside the organization. And it also requires the purchase of a yacht, so you do need to own the very expensive, like, yacht properties, whatever. But you basically defend your yacht, basically. And if it gets taken over, do you ever, like, team or, like, whatever, like, person, like, organization, all that kind of stuff wins instead, or, like, whatever. But I think it's for 10 minutes or something, I believe, like, 4 to 5 time wars, if I recall. If I recall or something though. Or maybe it's like a 30-minute timer or something, some hour or something, I forget actually. But I think this one has a 1 hour cooldown, by the way, if I remember right, like Cloud and like some other crazy ones like that, basically. Or really the main example I think is Cloud, but still, cause yeah, just a fully loaded runner 2000 one, but yeah. People don't really use that one usually for money, they usually use it for like anti-grief or like grief tool stuff, basically. Basically, fine. Yeah, piracy prevention though. I think it pays like 30k normally, if I remember right. So on 5 times, I think it literally pays like 150-ish k. So I think it pays basically the same as Cloud. An hour cooldown on Cloud. Kinds of stuff like that, but it's more player versus player focused. Honestly, probably like Deathmatch and Search, you are probably going to be putting a target on your head if you do this one. There's almost no reason to do that one, I feel. Again, I think no matter what I say, just go back and forth between both Headhunter and Sightseer is basically the way to go. Again, I think no joke, if you do that efficiently, you could maybe even low-key make like $1 million an hour or something, it kind of sounds like to me. If you're basically getting like 125k each thing. between those two. Like, legit though. It's probably like 8 missions, like 4 headhunters, 4 sightseers, and you're basically getting like $1 million an hour, it sounds like. Like, no joke, I think it sounds like you can actually pull all that off with that. Yes, no. Arguably a better one, because I don't think they've really ever given a bail office for free, and yeah, I don't know if I necessarily meant to say it like I did. Maybe I want to make people pull some guesswork, but it is in fact bail offices. Apparently bail offices are going to apparently be apparently yes, going to be a 40% off discount for the week 2, or for the week 2. And since there's also have like upgrades, modifications, those as well will be 40% off apparently. I think I own the most expensive one, which is this one, so like, yeah. Yes, so can't really show what that is, but like 0.3 million-ish ones, and possibly more of like 2.45 or something like the location I have, which I think is for sure the most expensive one. This one, which seems to be the cheapest one, is 1,650,000. Like, you might be able to get this for like 900 a million or something. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. We're at like 40% off. Probably get this under like 100k or something, maybe for the styles or just cosmetic styling. So, yeah, agents together are like 1.5 million. You might be able to get these both for like 900k, I'm thinking, actually, with like 40%. So yeah, 1,500,000, yeah, and like 150,000, I think, would be 10%. So that means for that would be 600. So yeah, 900k, I think, for 2 agents. Pretty fine, pretty fine. So yeah, what, like, these people get to do stuff for you, kind of, in a way. And that's how you get, like, the safe income, I believe, for the bail office. I think it's only like 100k save, and you have to constantly, like, get them doing stuff for you, or otherwise, if they don't do stuff for you, I think you get no, like, income whatsoever. So safe you have to constantly bother with, or you literally get, like, nothing out of it, basically, unfortunately. Personal quarters, on the other hand, maybe it's like high under 1,000 still at 40% off. Perhaps. But I'll allow you to spawn at the bail office, which I don't really find that useful of a spawn. You only get to store, like, I think 2 vehicles that are personal of yours there. And you also have to, like, the bail, like, van thing or something, bail enforcement van. For kind of like a third vehicle. which really isn't all that useful. So unless you need to spawn there, of course, for like, if you need to lobby hop, like invite only users, something to spawn there specifically for like just hella mission grinding for like tier 4, like something I just don't really like see too much use out of that property. And even that's probably pretty niche, even. Yeah, gun locker, 170-ish K. Probably like lower, like 100-ish K, or like high, like 5-digit amount. I'm guessing. But you also store weapons in reserve. You don't want like the weapon wheel cluttered as much. And again, the thing with like certain ammos and stuff are filling like instantaneously each time you lobby hop with like almost 13-year-old ass spaghetti code. Yeah, pretty interesting. Alright, and finally the armor plating is under 25,000 apparently. This is very much definitely a 5-digit amount here. I think it's more than just cosmetic stuff. I think it actually has some explosive resistance when you do it, of course, so definitely can be pretty worth it, albeit. Yeah, the side steps can be kind of annoying. You just gotta make sure not to hit too much stuff with those. But I think for the most part, I definitely recommend armor plating for sure. Instead of like having a band that blows up in like one rocket for sure though. Yeah, it's the cheapest one. It's like pretty much $890 right now. So you definitely get like a pretty much just about everything for less than like 2 million at least on a 40% discount. Definitely be looking like that. Definitely be looking like. Agents for passive income, probably definitely the most important arguably there. Besides for like armor plating, maybe personal quarters, like second least important. Gun lockers definitely the least important. Well, like obviously besides for style upgrade, I'm talking about like the more meaningful upgrade. So for sure though, for sure. That's basically that discount that's going on for week 2 apparently. For August 20th to August 26th, by the way. For week 2 is the duration, by the way. But by the way, the Hotring vehicles apparently continue to be on discount, like either free or 40% off for the Saber, the Hellfire, and the ever. Hotring ones, of course. Alright, and then so there's kind of an extra 40% off discount for the week 2. I think for the discounts for week 2, I will go in the newswire order. You should go by website order, but since it's not available yet for the week 2, apparently the Scramjet will be on a 40% discount, and I believe that one would not be a dealership one. That will probably just be one obviously on like the website. I'm guessing. This one had a price increase, I believe, at some point. It wasn't always as expensive as 4 million, I believe. There used to be a trade price for it, but they might have even like flat out removed the trade price. It's what's Hunting Pack Remix, which is an adversary mode, since they vault the hell out of adversary modes nowadays. Yeah. Then yeah, that basically might mean there's not even a trade price for it even. So you had a 4 million, 40% off of that. It's what, like 1.6, so like 2.4 million, I want to say, on Yeah, like 2.4 million vehicle there, I believe, on 40%. Interesting. Interesting. And yeah, this vehicle, I might just talk capabilities. This one's like really useful. It's not like a money tech where it's supposed to just remote use. Like you could actually generally get used out of it for grinding stuff. It's point A to point B is like alright enough at least. So at least, even if it's nowhere near the craziest point A point B transport vehicle. It's weaponized. Has front-mounted machine guns and missiles, basically, for weapons. But yeah, guns might be like stronger ones, where for non-explosive, they're pretty alright, if I remember right. And in the missiles, you have like 30 of those that are, I believe, the best tracking home missiles in the game, actually, from like 2000 back in import-export back in like late 2016. December 2016, exactly. So no, the special vehicles and employers were definitely not trophied. I think they all came on day one for sure. Yeah, for the best tracking missiles in the game means you can definitely grind some nice content if you're wanting to in the vehicle purely. But it's got boost capability. I think it's the only one with a combo of jump boost and rocket boost, which honestly you would think would probably be better than, like, I don't know. Probably think very highly of it, but it's nowhere near as good as it sounds, basically though. So you can jump boost and rocket boost, but you'll eventually have to land, of course. So obviously not going to be as good point B transport as like a helicopter, plane, all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, it's just not probably even close. Apparently no. Like, it has alright enough point B transport, like, better than a lot of vehicles out there, of course. But, yeah. It's just not exactly the most useful, though, for general grinding, though, just because, like, Honda suffers a bit with kind of a weird combo in a way. Or, like, a vehicle that wants to be like it's fine, but it cannot, or something like the likes of which is basically a fine vehicle. So you have to go back on Breath 152's vehicle spreadsheet racing into Richie Dawn's spreadsheet basically already. No. So I actually off it, no, I don't know if it was, but whatever though. Whatever though. Oh yeah, by the way, the Scramjet's one of 3 non-raceable supercars, and all of those are like rocket-boosted ones. Wherever the non-raceable is second place Hotring and top speed. Apparently no. If it were raceable with the boost usable and everything, it would actually be good enough for like top 10, I believe, for a lifetime. So this looks like. But yeah, I'm not even gonna really look at top speed because, like, especially most protests, a lot of time anyway is insane. So. But very capable weaponized vehicle discount for the week 2 for sure though. Absolutely. So right next to is a Hotring Motorsport discount, 2-door supercar for the week 2. where it is apparently the Emperor ETR1 Vulcan Stunts DLC, which has a missile lock on January apparently available as well. Kind of Stunts 2016 would have been before trade prices. Trade prices actually got introduced actually at the end of 2016, actually before export. So this definitely does not have a trade price unless they eventually got one added like later on down the line or something. Which I don't think is the case for this vehicle anyways. So interestingly, custom vehicles are kind of unique in the fact you have to choose a livery at the start, either Dense or Chronos, but you can also take off the livery, I believe, for like, I think at most it's like 40k to take off the livery, but even then it might be something like 10, 11, 12k at most instead or something. Or like even less even though, if I do remember correctly. I don't know if it's necessary to create a supercar out there, so lock-on jammer is just going to be alright. I don't think it's going to be all that game changing for that one per se. I mean, per se though. But apparently it's a D tier, apparently, for a supercar. Actually just below the NTMT for like the worst of the ones for lifetime for HSW, so apparently it's 29th place for lap time, which -5 would be like 20, or no, right now actually technically -6, but most definitely would be like, I mean the numbers would kind of change too, but -5 as of the last update. For simple terms, or something, I mean 24th basically. It would be at best for a lap time. Top speed's apparently 5th, which, yeah, it's just below average per class anyways. Yeah, the ETR1 is definitely not too interesting. Also, doesn't this vehicle with like one of the spoilers, if I remember right, if for some reason you choose a very specific spoiler upgrade, like one of them will actually break off like somehow, and like you actually lose the traction bonus. I don't know why that happens, but I think I heard there's like some particular spoiler with the vehicle where like if the vehicle gets hit, the spoiler will just fall off and you lose the traction bonus for some reason. Could be wrong though. I think I remember some weird quirky thing with it like that. I was saying a lot about this next one coming up actually, because of the premium race and stuff earlier. But for a week 2 discount, it's going to be the Western Reaver for the contract DLC. I already said earlier, it's actually literally the best motorcycle in the game for top speed, even beating HSW Hotring. Even on the Legacy platform, it's even the best one for top speed, insanely enough. Even beating the one HSW motorcycle of the game. Has Missile Lock-on Jammer available, being a bike and being basically the #1 top speed bike. It's a very, very good, solid Missile Lock-on Jammer option. 100%. Then into extra classes. It apparently is 8th place for a lap time, and also #1 for top speed, and only would go up to 7th place for the lap time. Not very revolutionary, but absolutely amazing vehicle in the Reaver here. This would be absolutely amazing discount for the week 2. like I already said for motorcycle premium races, basically, for like a top speed situation. Like even if you're not using it for like niche top speed racing, like just using the premium for like highways and stuff, like lock and jam and stuff, could be very, very interesting. Or something. Alright, then over to two-door for the next one. For a week 2 discount. Apparently the P Fister Comet S2 and the Ripped one, the original one, with Tuner's DLC. Which, by the way, for trade price for this one, rank 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, one of those 15 ranks basically gets you a trade price for a tuner subclass vehicle. Yeah, as for 15 vehicles, I think the Euro is just tied as just per. I think the Euro is a plus vehicle right now, basically, for example, is tied to simply just buying the LS Carney membership. The Euro is trade price. The Tailgater S1 is based on using KJ Santa's, I think, a Raleigh contract, I'm pretty sure. Or something. Or maybe even just for simply putting one Raleigh contract in, it might not even matter what vehicle you use, I forget. Something like that. Something very much like that. But Serious Tailgater has to have like different trade prices also. 80, 85 by the way, reserved for current prices. DLC one, so it's 75 to 75 each 5 ranks to like 15 or whatever, basically. Whatever, basically. Yeah, it's a sports vehicle. Yeah, as for street pursuit racing, if I remember right, actually the Growers are more useful. The P Fister tuner subclass ones. It used to have an interesting age when like tuners first came out. I think there's some like thing with like low grip stance or something, stun, so I'd give it a really insane top speed. But that was only for the one update for tuners, and then contract DLC ended up fixing that or something. It's just very niche, and there's only probably one update like that, basically. And that's for Uber's in the back. I forget if it has anything like that for like a Robin Contract 6. But whatever. Now. Repairing Commons 2 is good enough for G tier. Out of 70th place lap time, by the way. Not good at all there, and then top speed at 37. 31st at best. Yeah, like I kind of said earlier, I believe, because the vehicles are like the plus subscription, sport tuners are really not that good for general sports class, really. Much more meant for like tuner subclass stuff, which unfortunately, again, I believe the Growlers are better to the P-Fister ones. So really, just being only for the most part that like certain niche or something. back in like initial tuners of like the low grip stance on its full performance stuff at least. Otherwise, like customization versus preference stuff, whatever. Alright, next is, I think actually on the Southern website, or this next one. Like two-door maybe? And like chop shop or something, I think. Or something like that, Okay, well it's not there, maybe it's four-door then. Right. Perhaps. Yes, apparently this terminus looks like the week 2 that will be available. That's right, this one is like full on. Sorry, this one kind of has some like a money tech stuff to it. That's right now. That's right now. So it can have armor platings to look mines. Yeah, it's most definitely does not force glass or the very much machine guns. Like it's saying, it's probably being honest there on the description. But it's not electric, I'm pretty sure, so it's kind of going to be pretty much the same kind of armor plating I mentioned with both the Deity and the Patron Mill spec. Not to repeat there. Innocent. I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't have patrol tank where the RPG only does the same damage instead of like opposite RPGs, you know. It said yes, the opposite RPGs, you know, damaging the homing launcher. This one RPG will very much help damage homing launcher with, was basically what I'm saying for sure. Pretty sure. That's most often the case. And yeah, slip mines is whatever for mine type for the most part, but like it's only one of it before mine type anyway, so I guess whatever. And then yeah, I have choice of either missile lock and jammer remote control unit for sure, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's not electric, and this was also after they stopped doing experimental machine guns and like say the Deity and the Patriot Mill spec those were in that initial contract batch. So I feel there's literally no reason to do the remote control unit on this one. I feel you might as well just do missile lock and jammer on it anyways. Finally for performance on this one. Software class. Good enough for A tier apparently for determinants. Hang on, car armored one no change that being non-restable anyway. Surely no. But A tier 5th place off time as well as 5th place top speed, interestingly. So top 5 for both metrics. About 2 HSWs actually be third actually. For top 3 more so instead. The terminus is really good for a week 2 discount. And next one is still on this website, it looks like. Which actually will be 2-door. If not on this website, will actually be in legendary for sure though. For sure though. Yeah, advance this one here, looks like for sure, for the week, for another week too. Get your team vehicle with those car meet. Final Club Garage and Mansion Vehicle Workshops. The last two is free in particular do require a plus subscription for $7.99 a pass, basically by the way. Yes, without current being literally basically the only free option. So this one's yet another tuner subclass, by the way, it's the same kind of like trade price kind of like method, obviously, the ring 5 times 20, 25, 30, 45, 40, 550, 55, 60, 70, 75. Each of those 5 rings gets trade price, and yeah, it's one of those basically. One of those. It's also not the euros and the tailgates, which are kind of exclusions to the rule. And also, yeah, for Street Pursuit Racing, this one's not really that good if I remember right for the tuner performance. This one's literally just for robot contracts, if it even has a real livery you can really do in the back. For the most part, but if they are going to use it anywhere, it can very much always be used robot contracts anyway, so. But I think this vehicle is not that good, unfortunately, so like, it's probably best to set up for like a personal drifting if you want or are willing to. Like, it's not exactly the best either. Whatever, all I said, even the entire house body info has more. But yeah, another sports tuner, Kortz though. And apparently it's an I tier for... Apparently, yes. It is an I tier according to the spreadsheet. 82nd place apparently for lap time. And 66th place top speed. Like 76 and like 60, so yeah. All around just not good for the sports cars in general, which again, like basically I already said before, sport tuners really just want to be using those for the actual tuners subclass. So it's really not too good there. It says for possibly rubber contracts from whoever, but even 10, and I think still continuing on to Southern here. I think it might be a 4-door. If not, then it's on here, just further down. Yeah, I think so. I think so, or like legendary then or something. Alright, but yes, the Willard U door. Apparently, able to do taxi work also has Mr. Lock Engineer available. Your still Lock Engineer can make it a little interesting for taxi work, but like, so that's why it's something with like muscle car blues just don't really say be the most useful. So, probably not even. But it can be used for taxi work, yeah, but it's even slower than like a regular taxi that isn't even like the arena taxi custom, I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing, so Yeah, I wouldn't probably use this that much for taxi work. But I mean, you could if you have the taxi delivery on that list, so that's cool. That's cool though. It's a muscle car, but sadly not that good a one if I remember right. But it's at least better than a click wagon for week 1. There's week 2 discounted of course though. Apparently, by the way, Eudora is a J tier muscle car. With a 68th place lap time and 59th place top speed. So 63rd, like 54 if it looks like, is well average for the class with both metrics basically. Yeah, so just not even good. Kind of just a mean vehicle to use for taxi work, I feel, for the most part. With a lock and jammer possibility, making it maybe a little interesting. And also like low key. Anything else would be for like customization for preference reasons, probably. What is value of a reason I feel. Alright, next one, apparently, looks like it's for special for Dinka Vita Modern. Apparently there's a lock and chamber available now, which actually I think just happened in this update too, for Kortz and Heist, because I don't remember having this thing before. Which is interesting, because, yeah, it's a pretty small vehicle, so if you to splash damage from, like, missiles, and again, the vehicle's not that big, so, like, it's probably still useless, I mean, at least, I never gives it a chance to shine in that regard, finally, possibly. This one, though, like, few non-raceable sports cars, though, for the go-kart or it out. Yes, in fact, one of only 4 non-raceable, so. Whitford plays often the top speed of the non-raceables. So it'd also be like 108 or something if it were like raceable to like 102nd at best. And it might be like the second worst one for like top speed, just ahead of the Vito Classic if it were like raceable. So literally, yeah, the Vito. Very literally, yes, the Vito Modern. At least in the latest Kortz and Heist, I think it was the update to add the lock on jammer funding gives it a lot more utility in free mode, I feel. Again, being a small vehicle with a lock on jammer makes it actually interesting, I feel. For a lock on jammer. But yeah. It's obviously more of a customization for preference kind of reasons, whatever sides for something like the lock and jammer. I would definitely very much say. Alright, and then next one I think is an off-road section here. Looks like it is for pin stunts, apparently. In the Vapid Desert Raid. I kind of want like the ETR one where you actually have to start with like the livery on it, and if you want it off, you'll have to remove it separately for like something like 40k at most, 30 to 40k or something at most. Probably even like high 10k or something, maybe even. So I have to go out the wood road, remove the livery if you wanted to or something. Apparently no. The off-road vehicle still actually kind of good if I remember right, in a sense, even if it kind of has fallen off or something. Apparently it's a D tier, apparently, for off-road. With actually 11th place and 16th place. Okay, never mind, it actually fell off a bit harder than I thought. Never mind, no, I guess it actually fell off a bit harder than I thought, actually. The two HSWs gave me like 9th place apparently for a long time. Like 14th place top speed. So theoretically, you actually could get it within top 10, at least without HSW into account on some platforms, or HSW still in the race, of course. Which I guess could give it interesting like niche or something. Even in 2026. It's not too bad, honestly. Given the age of the vehicle, it's not necessarily too bad in a way though. Right, next one looks to be on Warstock. Apparently to import and export DLC. That is apparently the MTO Wastelander. For service class, 30% off. Which isn't even a class of like letter tier, apparently, even. It's basically just a vehicle for transportation. There's no like weaponry or anything that actually super crazy on it, so right away it's basically just 5th place lap time as well as 5th place top speed, interestingly. So it's very much a top 5 vehicle in the game, basically. For the service class. And yeah, trade price is tied to like, yeah, trade price by the way is tied to like the special vehicle like mission thing for like the special vehicle work or whatever special vehicle mission is for like the computer for the executive office, basically. Is how to get that essentially though. And one is kind of basically on Benny's, but it's also actually on Southern. It might even have a trade price tied to using it with Casino Heist if it's in the Casino Heist as like getaway vehicles, and I forget. which will basically select this getaway vehicle. Like, in that, it's basically like you have to have something that says getaway vehicle and complete said heist as host, even if you do not like end up using the vehicle in like said finale or something. I think it just wants to complete said heist and you get the trade price regardless, basically. Regardless, basically. And actually, this vehicle is the same vehicle, like one same vehicle that was actually already on, like something else I was talking about for week 1 actually. Sentinel Classic. Apparently. Yes, indeed. A Five is in fact a sports class vehicle and it's going over it for the. Yes, I was obviously going over it for the salvage yard vehicles right there. Apparently the regular Sentinel Classic is apparently said to be G tier. I was studying first place the last time as well, since second place top speed. Because it like 65th place, apparently over -6, so probably just W and then like 71st place Kortz, top speed then. So the vehicle is more for customization for preference reasons. However, it does also have to customize it. It does, yes, however, get the customized example as well, which can turn to the Sentinel Classic wide body. Now, even though the vehicle's not on discount, conversion discounts are like in the last 2 previous weeks, yes, I can still cover just one. Yes, I guess. Yeah, apparently it goes from a G tier to like F tier, one better tier. 62nd place, like round time, and 21st place, top speed even. I think it gets like 56 at best, looks like, for a lap time. Yeah, it looks like it might even get like 15 plays in for top speed, actually. But yeah. It's more for customization versus preference, really. The top speed is, yeah, kind of like you. There are voicemails or something that's like top 10, fortunately, but it's top speed and then console version, but like, whatever. Oh yeah, it does in fact catch her price, like I was saying. Oh yeah, it is in fact what I was basically saying, I believe. Yes, very much think I was saying that, essentially though. Apparently the last one looked like it's actually the Rapid Trophy Truck for the discounts, for week 2's vehicle discounts. Apparently though. Apparently there's one worse placement, by the way, than the Desert Raven earlier. Another D tier apparently for off-road for trophy truck, just like Desert Raven. We'll put some worse. One yes, put some worse instead of the 11th, it's 12th place for a long time. And for 16, 17th place, but also for top speed, CSC. So again, I think I was saying what like the Desert Raid is like a niche in terms of off-road, you know, to like hit certain places and stuff without HSW. I think that very much might be the case even as well for the trophy truck, but in the smallest, lesser extent. It's naturally they're both very, very similar. Like, well, just like cosmetic glow up differences. It's like them. And yeah, this one you have the choice of your rapid racing with most motorcycle at the beginning, but you should be able to take it off for like as much as like 30-40ish K, like even like 10ish K or something. In a sense, although. It might suck a little bit having to find a way to turn on the or take off the livery, whatever. We got some vehicle discounts for the week 2. And it's just and then yes, fuck. It's just gonna be in discounts from there for week 2. CSC. Alright, so again. Again. I usually go in a certain order to do for like the week 1 in a way, but yes, though. Fuck. Body person, right? Come on. Fuck. I was always trying to basically say before my body's all really interrupting all the time and stuff, though. I was kind of going to maybe go for the Gumping inventory, like, in order that would have done, like, if it were properly been week 2 on, like, the vehicles, but I'll go in the newswire order, I guess, since it's not actually live yet for week 2. So for week 2, the Unholy Hellbringer will continue to be available, apparently. But the catch is, it will not be free, it will instead be 40% off for week 2, so it's better to get it during week 1, like right now, basically, instead of waiting until like week 2. Because yeah, for some reason it won't be free like week 1, it's going to be 40% off instead. And then Railgun is also back apparently for week 2. well. And it'll even be 40% off for Plus members, it looks like, for week 2. Which I don't even think there was a Plus exclusive discount, it looks like, for week 1, so apparently it'll be the Plus exclusive. Apparently, yes, it will be a Plus exclusive discount for week 2 only. Where apparently Plus exclusive discount was something for week 1, yes, it's Plus exclusive discount, yes, for week 2 for the railgun. I already spoke about both these weapons, I'm not going to speak about those again, on this one particular stream, so refer to earlier for those with thoughts on not all and all that, of course, Up and Atomizer will also be available for the week 2. It seems to be basically the same circumstance, so it's just purely in the gun ban with no discount, basically. Even the Shocker looks like it'll be available for next week as well. Basically the same circumstance it's in for the week 1. So yes, so apparently the Shocker is very much available for 2 as well. For some reason you can pick it up or obtain it somehow for like prior Halloween events or anything. Or like a single only event, multiple, like whatever. Again, it's basically stun gun, but it's in the form of a killing weapon, which is cool, which is cool, I feel. Alright, and then combat shotgun. And then, yes, but combat shotgun is probably be available. So I've been using it actually lately in Kortz because so the game will actually end up putting the combat shotgun on instead of like my pump shotgun Mark II with the like my shells. Every time I like die, it puts me back on the combat shotgun, or it puts me actually onto the combat shotgun instead of being like on the pump shotgun Mark II with the shells, and like I like switch it for some reason. So when I've been using it during that, I realized it actually shoots pretty quick, kind of like a assault shotgun and like spoofer shotgun and stuff. In a sense, so I'd say assault shotgun is basically the best shotgun, like in general, basically for like, material, all that kind of stuff. But it is kind of a good runner-up option if you're fine using like a lot less ammo, you're just full for like more magazine, for whatever reason. But usually the weapons limited to picking up during like a Kyle Preco Heist finale. But given the hell nerf they did in the latest update for Kyle Preco Heist, I don't really find it too worth going back to do something like that. So I would definitely buy it like at the company if you can, because I would definitely not say it's too worth it though. To a finale and then go out the way to pick up the gun during that, whatever, basically. And it looks like the next two are Mark II weapons, but the Mark I variant, so that will be quick and easy. Ironically, it's both ones of explosive too, so heavy sniper Mark II, but of course it's Mark I, since you don't have Mark II weapons ever available to go in. Looks like it's the Mark I shotgun. Both of those will be absolutely worth it, so you can do the explosive rounds, or the explosive slugs. I'll see for those for sure. I would say for sure. I would very much say. So I think I don't really need to explain more than they're basically Mark II weapons with different bunch of ammo types for those ones when you eventually take them Mark II. And then the knife will apparently be free instead of the unholy Hellbringer for some reason. Weird. Maybe because there's like all the different like delivery support on newer platforms in particular. I don't know, like the platforms are just stuck with the old looking ass knife though with like nothing on it. Oh, if you're not plus, you can get like the free like flames delivery for like tier 2 of like survival. Yeah, it's totally all get to dress up with even if you're not like paying $79. If you're not paying $7.99 up the ass, of course, so. Hold on, I didn't mean to do it the way I did. I actually went there the whole way, just to kind of flaunt my progress or something, I guess, cause. Be a knife finish, yeah. Guess so. Really sick finish in the free one, honestly, like that. I actually really like the one with the knife. Not really so big on the free one for the baseball bat, but yeah. Aside for some fun thing of that, you can only really use it like underwater, and that's basically the most unique thing about it. Really don't. My weapons don't have too much depth to them in this game, quite frankly, so that's probably like Stone Hatchet and the Shocker, like I said, I feel though. Otherwise, it looks like for rollables. The Molotovs will be back for week 2. Yeah, again, Molotovs will very much be back for week 2. Or still available, basically. Pipe bombs look like it'll replace this. Pipe bombs, I mean, will replace tear gas, not stick bombs, but yeah, the pipe bombs basically replace the tear gas for the week 2, basically. I've been using those more because Kortz as well, basically. So yeah, since I usually just use them to kill my characters, so I don't get bad sport penalty points. From what I seem to notice, they seem to explode shortly after you like throw them, basically. Basically, though. But yeah, at least on like a stick bomb, it apparently cannot get shot with your hand, which is a huge advantage alone, and like actually makes it one of the best drop out like throwables to use for like contact missions or any like kind of mission of like hella AI enemies like beyond to have super precision and accuracy, like pulling up your stick bomb basically. that would be one number 6 bomb that cannot really do that for proximity. Or that yes, very much yes. Would be able to shoot your sticky bomb, but it would not be able to shoot your pipe bomb. Excuse me. No. So it's actually very good for like contact missions or any kind of mission with like hella AI combat. I find. I don't know. So you're not getting your like, whole car blown up randomly, you know, like a shot to the sticky bomb, whatever. And last but not least, it's stick bombs from earlier. Again, usable for destroying armored truck doors for armored truck ram, like free motive and whatever, which I know isn't as good as the Ascension one. But it was at least nice they at least brought it back eventually for the newer platforms. Even if it's nowhere near as good as before. And yeah, it can blow in. And yes, it can blow it up whenever you want, obviously, left on the D-pad, obviously, which is very, very good for super crazy utility usage, if possible. Of course. Yes. Indeed, though. And obviously, again, the body armor would definitely be returning, like it usually does. Certainly. And yes, that will basically do it for the stream, for sure, though. Since I covered week 1 and week 2 yet again, I was able to actually be lucky enough to do that again somehow. So yeah, I'll probably do a little stream again, like I kind of usually do for week 2, with like 2 weeks of notice, because there will still be a changing podium vehicle prize ride, like FIB party battle, like salvage yard targets, at least, like dealership vehicles. There are some things that will change for a smaller stream, plus maybe even customize the warden. So I have like 5-ish million, I very much could. It's just a question if I'll be able to get the Horus HSW when that releases. As much or not. But I might very much still be time for that, for all I know. But yes, though. That's for sure very much going to do it for this stream now. Almost a 7-hour stream, just I'm surprised it's not 7 hours yet. Or something. I kind of forgot when I started though, but whatever though. Whatever. Yes, I'll definitely for sure find a good for the stream now. Next stream will be a little GTO 9 stream, obviously for the week 2, since I got to cover a bunch of stuff for week 2 already now. Hope you enjoyed.